I'd like to give you a warm welcome on behalf of the Swissnex network. We are very happy to have you here today with us. We have different time zones, and that shows how engaged group we have here today. This is not a webinar, this is not a seminar, but it's a moment for a collaborative and an open discussion about the topic, about food tech, and how we are going to eat in the future. I think this affects us all and is going to affect us all in the next few years. And thank you very much for your commitment, for your engagement to be here today. It's not easy. It's not an easy time for everyone. Thank you so much. This is an event organized by Swissnex Brazil with the Science and Technology Office in Seoul, in South Korea. Thank you so much, Alessandra, and your team. I think you're going to present yourselves in a few moments. And this an event that is part of the official program of the Swiss Digital Days, organized by an initiative by Digital Switzerland. And the idea is to connect different partners, stakeholders, specialists, citizens to discuss topics that are going to affect us in the future. So it's a good opportunity for us, and we really hope that this conversation today, the dialogues today, open new possibilities and new partnerships between Brazil, between South Korea, between Switzerland. Uh, this event is going to be recorded. We are going to use the content in the future for to create a content and to publish the insights and the inputs that you give us, and you collaborate and you contribute in this conversation. We are going to have 3 different groups, and you are already pre-assigned to these groups. So in a few moments, you're going to be transferred to those different groups, and you're not going to be automatically transferred. You're going to see a pop-up in your screen, and you have to accept to go to these groups, either what you're going to be wondering in this main room here. We have here today our teams from Swissnex Brazil, from the STO in Seoul, and you can ask if you have any technical issues. You can ask Philip. His name is Phil Swissnex. He's one of the hosts. And if you have general questions, you can ask Laura. Laura has a beautiful green background. Yeah, Laura, thanks. And I think that's it. We are going to use a board through another platform, which is Miro. This platform is a board that's going to guide us through the discussion. And in this discussion, we want to talk about the current picture, the current landscape of food tech on those 3 topics, and also discuss a bit about the fears, about the technology, about the fears that we have for the future, about the fears we have in these specific subjects, but also the hopes we have and the solutions that we can think for the future. That's the general idea. And the idea is really that you contribute, collaborate. I believe that in each room, you're going to have a quick roundtable to present yourselves, and that will follow quick presentations and the discussion. And I think the most important thing is that all of you contribute freely and openly in this discussion. So I want to give the floor to Alessandra Picella, the head of the Science and Technology Office in Seoul. The stage and the floor, it means here at the next screen. So Alessandra, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. So as Leonardo said, I mean, I'm not going to repeat, but yeah, we are really happy to have you all here. Thanks a lot for your availability and for your time, for having also kind of stand all our emails and information. So really thank. Together with my team, 2 of the people are here in the meeting, other 2 are not participating today. We are based in Seoul at the Embassy of Switzerland, so we will be really glad to meet all the Korean experts that today we can meet just online. So As now, I think the time for the greeting is already finished. I would like to ask to Naira, our moderator MC for today, to take the parole.
Thank you, Alessandra. So I'd like to thank you all for being here today. It's a pleasure to have this kind of discussion about the future of the food. It's very important, and I will give some specific instructions about the dynamic of the group discussions. So, as Leonardo and Alessandra mentioned before, we have three groups. Each group have three questions to discuss. Each question have 35 minutes. All of you probably received all the information already related to these questions. And in which question we have a topic moderator that will initiate the question with 5 minutes presentation about the topic that we will discuss. And also we'll have a flash inspirational presentation with 5 minutes to give more insights, contextualization, trends, national or global overview about the questions. Could be all these informations or just a kind of specific points that they can bring to enrich the conversation.
I cannot see the screen.
Yes,
Are you
it's black.
Are you showing something or?
Phil, can you see what is happening?
Well, your PowerPoint just went black actually.
Yeah.
Let me try again. Just a minute. Sorry.
That slide was okay.
I'll try again. Showing another screen.
Yeah.
So please let me know if it's
loading now. Thank you.
Now it's working.
Yeah. Yes.
Now it's fine.
Yeah.
So as I mentioned before, we have three groups, and each group you have a top moderator with 5 minutes to present the questions for the group and also bring some ideas and also his perspective about the question. We have the flash inspirational presentation with more 5 minutes that is responsible for bringing these insights, contextualization, trends, or national and or global overview about the question. This could be all the information that they can bring or just a kind of one of the topics that I mentioned. We also has the middle platform, as I sent to all. You probably receive an email saying that you have access. We will also into the group chat share the link to access. And the main idea is that this template is to conduce the discussion. So you find 4 stages to be complete. Each group needs to have one person responsible for fill the information in this template, and also each group needs to have a reporting moderator. Who is this person? Is the person who will present all the questions discussed in the final of the event. Could be the same person who filled the template and present the discussion in the end, or you can choose 2 persons in the group to do this kind of work. Specific about the breakout rooms, when we finish the explanation, Phil, you divide everyone in the breakout rooms, and you saw this kind of pop-up that appears in your screen. So please select join breakout room, and you be directly sent to your group. Also, for share screen, it's important to know that in the toolbar behind your screen, you have the green button called share. So you need to click on this. You appear this second screen that I have here printed. You need to choose the screen that you want to share, and then you are able to share the screen. If you have any question, always you have Philip as our supporter for any technical problem in the general group, and you have your facilitator also in your specific group to answer you any questions. So thank you all for having here, and please any questions before the after the event, please let me know. Here's my email. So thank you all. So João, feel free to start, and I'm already counting your time.
Okay. I'm opening the presentation here. Can you hear me well?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
I'm just opening the presentation here. One of the things that I have prepared for this first question, the first question is, how advanced is digitalization in agriculture system and food production? Are there big gaps or resistance in adopting new technologies in farming? Yeah, the presentation is not opening here, but I'll do it without the presentation then. And I have separated digitalization in agriculture system and food in the farm in three different aspects. One is the farm level digitalization. And what we've been seeing a lot here, that there are two movements, one for the large crops and one for the smaller crops. And there are increasing levels of data sourcing, automation, controls, routing, organization. All of that is happening very fast, and especially in larger crops. In smaller crops, we see that there is a lot happening in terms of mobile, and the key two jobs that they are tackling that is really having better yield in the production, and more related to planning, to do all the organizing all the data, all the things that are specific to that farm, and in terms of soil health, in terms of what needs to be used there, in terms of climate as well, the planning decision, the date, all of that is being more and more advanced nowadays. And also the farm management. I mean, all the operations that need to be performed in the farmers, those are all more and more connected. The connection allows to have better decision making, and also reduce errors in the operations. And also a farm can be managed in different ways for different parts of the farm. I mean, most of the farmers, they don't have only one thing and one operation, one crop, they use what's the best for that specific property. And that's one field that we explore a lot already. There are two others that are not being so much explicitly explored, that relates to digitized relationships. Everything's changing, connectivity is advancing very fast, and we are seeing a silent mobile revolution for transactions, for communication and learning. And this is setting up a whole new supply chain dynamics. So it's outside of the farm, and it's promoting transparency and speed to connect buying, selling, and transporting the produce. All of those jobs are being massively transformed by digitalization. And all those inefficiencies that we see in the supply chain are reducing its gap. And that's very, very exciting that we are living living that in today's moment. And the last thing is facing the farm as a business. Farmers are increasingly professional in groups, and they're organizing themselves in very different ways. And since with the evolve of technology, new ways of producing and organizing into groups are happening. Also, financing is evolving a lot, and it is a key aspect in the agricultural produce, because I mean there's a lot of investment to be made, and also risk management. Digitalization is allowing all of that to happen in different ways, in more productive ways, and 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 farmers are, despite they have a very large risk, they have more tools nowadays to control that and uh, to make it easier to be managed. So those are the three aspects that I would like to bring for discussion: and in-farm digitalization, digitized relationships, and farm as a business, including finance, risk, and new business model for agricultural produce.
João, the 5 minutes end. Now we need to move to Tainá Walderburger flash presentation. So Tainá, feel free to start. Thank you, João.
Thank you.
He will share the presentation with you. If you need any help, then please let me know. You are muted.
I really try to share now. I think I got it.
Yeah.
I hope. Can you see? I cannot see. Now I see. Okay, so I will be faster because I lost some seconds, I think. So as João already told us, I know we have a lot of challenge. So I thought to bring something about Switzerland. And we know that Switzerland is different from Brazil and other countries because we are very small, so it's easier to manage with all challenge that we also have here. But I think for size from the farm is a little an adventure because we have average farm size about 20 hectares. And then we have also in the country just a main cropping area. So it's very restricted and very focused in this area. And can you follow as well? Or
yeah,
is everything good? Okay. So I put this here just to see that agriculture here is in general is still quite analogous, and we have a lot of tractor with components that has some connections with the GPS and satellite and everything. And we have over 1,000 milking robots as well. So we have very technology. We have a lot of technology in this kind of milking process because we use, this is an important process here in Switzerland, the milk for cheese and for all the stuff that we are famous. And we have also, we can see also that in Switzerland, we have a lot of technology on the field, but it's more to reduce the work. It's not the technology that we can see at the research and the university and the institutions. So this is our goal, that we have just one data to the farm that we can upload in the system from the tractor or from smartphone. And then we can do a lot of process and how can I say, spare a lot of time from the farm and the workload as well. So that we can have more, how can I say, reduce the workload. So I have 2 minutes, okay. So I brought here some of our project. I don't know if you see as well. No, it's not so good because I saw that they cut a lot of my Yeah, but it's fine. So we work with drones for treatments and data acquisition. So now we have today about 30 drones that in Switzerland are homologate. So we have a regulation here now for these spray drones. We have also the usually work with drones with the multispectral cameras, something like that. And we develop a lot of Swiss apps that we can use as well after we took those data. Here we have another example for technology. We have the plant-specific treatment with fungicides and insecticides that we can put the element, so the chemical just in the right area with robots. I can see if I can play. I cannot play here, but this is a video that I would like to share also. This is a robot that he's doing the spray, but just in the right position. So we have no problems. Also, we can reduce the environment problems, and also, yeah, I have to be faster. Here we have the sensors that we work with, optimizing fertilizer inputs, optimizing irrigation as well. So this kind of sensor we use a lot here on the farm as well. And the farm, they can use our apps on the website to see prognosis from disease, from crops disease, to see when the disease are coming. So we have a lot of tools that the farm can reach. If they don't have enough technology, that's not a problem because we have those apps. So this is kind of a way to reach more farm as possible. So I think I finished. Oof, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Diana. So now we have.
Yeah, it was faster. Sorry.
So now we have the entire discussion. Everyone feel free to comment any topic about the both presentation and also about the questions. João, he is in the middle, and also all of you can add any information in the middle. And remember, you can put topics. You don't need like just writing a full text to explain what you want to highlight as an insight. So you start to count down right now.
Yeah, can I take the screen?
Sure.
Yep. Thank you, João. Thank you, Tainá. I just want to add regarding the digital farm in Brazil. Today we have a market of 1 billion reais a year, and all this that Tainá has shown to us, we have been dealing with this for more than 6 years in the farms, thanks to Trimble equipment, you know, Weak Seed, all these drones and so on, Parrot also. And we have a penetration rate in Brazil of 36%, is even higher than US. So it's a lot of opportunity. Of course, big farms are using that, but also a lot of opportunity for small farms that I will comment in my panel. I will do that. Thank you.
Carlos, João, Christine, anyone who wants to add any comments about the questions? And also we need to fill the template. So,
Diana, do you think it's possible that you have time for a very quick roundtable so each person can do a quick presentation?
we can start by Christine.
I didn't understand. Quick presentation or what?
No, quick, to present yourself quickly. Because
sorry.
I know everyone,
okay.
so it would be good to hear from each one of you, and I think we can break the ice for the discussion.
Yeah, yeah, that was not possible with those 5 minutes that I had. Sorry. Yeah, from Brazil, and now I'm working for Agroscope, but now actually I'm doing the PhD at ETH as well. So I brought some projects that we are working on. It's not all projects that I used to work. One of them I'm working on them now. And I just brought in, if someone has some question, I can, I don't know, link to the other colleagues as well. As, yeah. I think, yeah.
You can follow for in the João. You can also present yourself.
Sure, I'm on mute here. João Alexandre Carvalho. Sorry, I didn't present myself in the beginning. I work at Cargill as digital innovation advisor, and I support the business to build new digital businesses, as well as to have relationships with this, with technology startups, and we also have some digital transformation agenda here that I participate.
Thank you, João. Thank you. Christine from GDI, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, of course. Hi, everyone. I'm Christine. I'm from GDI. It's the Gottlieb Duttweiler Institute here in Rüschlikon, close to Zurich. We are a think tank for future and trend studies. My background is I have a master in business administration with a focus on marketing and consumer behavior. And now here at GDI, I work mostly on food trends. I am co-author of the biannually European food trends report. So I'm not really an expert in agriculture, so I can learn a lot here, but it's something that I'm also doing a lot of research on because of its importance in the whole food production, food trends, etc. world.
Okay, it's a very good report. Congratulations on your work.
Thank you.
Yeah. Paulo from FoodTech Hub.
Yes. Sorry, I'm a founder of FoodTech Hub Brazil, and the platform is serving Latin America as well. I'm a food engineer, graduate long time ago. I can see I'm the oldest in the group here. And I was CEO of the Nisk Ingredients for Latin America many years, and today work with innovation, open innovation, food techs.
Carlos from Swissnex.
Hello guys, good morning. Well, first a pleasure to be with you with a very selected people here. Well, I'm Carlos Ribeiro. I'm CEO and co-founder of Swissnex. Swissnex is an agtech, a Brazilian agtech. And today, actually, what we do is to analyze a lot of data from farms. So imagery from satellites, drones imagery, machinery, soil, and we process all this data to find new strategies to increase the profitability in the farms. So we are based in Uberlândia. It's in middle of Brazil. And today we are very focused on 4 main crops. That's soybeans, maize, cotton, and sugarcane. But actually we have some influence in other crops too. We are monitoring over 400,000 hectares just in Brazil, and we have some influence in others countries too, mainly in Latin America. And today we are here to discuss a little bit more about all this world and this new technology and these new trends that we have in the world about the ag tech, about food tech. And just a comment I have to do about the first 2 presentations. I have a quote that I like always, all the time, in any presentation I do. Jim Borer, that was vice president of DuPont, said in a Congress of Food Security in 2017 that we need to remember that we are going to produce more food for the next 40 years than we have produced in the last 10,000 years. So it gives us the idea of how exponential is going to be the food production and the agriculture in the world. And when we see the world where actually we're going to produce more food, where's the agriculture had the great potential. And Brazil, of course, is one of them. It's a protagonist on this. We see Africa with a lot of potential too, but actually still a lot of things to do about infrastructure and a lot of things. Asia, like China. So it's a great world that we like to understand a little bit more, and of course to bring new technologies to make this possible to feed 10 billion people in 30 years. So I see this. I'm only 5 years on this market in Brazil. I'm a mechatronic engineer. I'm not an agronomist, but actually the time in 5 years in this market, I can see the progress just in 5 years. So it's really exponential. So it's great to be a part of this and discuss a little bit more with you guys.
Thank you, Carlos. Fernando from Embrapa.
Hello, everyone. My name is Fernando Antonio Hello. I'm a researcher at the Brazilian Agricultural Research Corporation. I work in the Innovation and Business Secretariat. And it's a pleasure to stay with you here today by the invitation of Naira. Thank you, Naira, and all of you. And I expect to give you an overview of the work of the Embrapa. It's a very big company, and I suppose to attend your expectations. Okay, thank you.
Mario, you can introduce yourself also.
Hi, everybody. My name is Mario. I've been a little bit shy on the microphone. I'm in South Korea, and it's evening time, and I'm home, and I have 2 kids, 4 and 6, and it's playtime for them. So I've been trying to keep the microphone off. Briefly, I used to study astrophysics, and then I went to business school because I saw we had a lot of great technologies, especially around sensing and wireless communications, that we just weren't implementing. I've been working with technology startups in South Korea for the last 10 years. And one key organization that I work with is the Technology Transfer Center at Hanyang University, which is one of the top 10 technology universities here in Korea. I joined this webinar because one specific spin-off, a laboratory spin-off that I'm advising now, developed a motion tracker that has accelerometers for dairy cows. And according to the movement of the cow's head, they can track their health patterns, and particularly they can track their estrus, which is the period when the cow can get pregnant. And I realized, to me, this company has been fascinating because on the surface, it's an issue of farm productivity. If you can optimize and make sure cows can get pregnant within an hour of 16-hour time period, and they must get pregnant every year to keep on producing dairy milk. So it's a critical issue for productivity, but it also brings about other issues as well, which is that this is a very stressful process to be monitoring the cows manually, both for the cattle as well as for the farm workers. And especially now that we can see the pandemic, the zoonotic disease, the transmission of zoonotic disease is a huge issue that needs to be dealt with in farms. And this is something that we see that these type of sensing technologies can address. So aside from the farming productivity, how to keep a food supply safer and how to provide better workplace conditions. This particular spin-off didn't have huge traction until about 4 years ago when the government started to increase dramatically the minimum wage. And within 2 years now they have 300 farms and about, 400 farms and 30,000 head of cattle that they just got in 2 years just because prices were increasing for manual labor, and they just went all in for it. Agriculture is not my field, so I'm here mostly to learn from this group. to provide maybe some perspective of what I see about technology penetration in Korea, and definitely to seek any kind of opportunities, whether it's for this particular spin-off or anything else coming out of Hanyang where there could be interesting technologies where we can collaborate with people in this group.
Very interesting, Mario. Thank you for your presence. I can now indicate to us to start to answer the first question that we have here to discuss in these minutes. Just repeating the question, how advanced is digitalization in agricultural system and production? Are the big gaps or resistance in adopting new technologies in the farming? The first step that we have in our template is indicate what is the problems and also opportunities related to this question. So any input that anyone can bring to the discussion?
I think when we say connectivity, there was a report last week from Anatel saying that only 10.7% of the properties in the field are connected, as opposed to the urban areas, as is 91% in Brazil. So despite of the fact that the farmers are willing to buy technology, to use technology, we have a big gap in the connectivity. So we know that the government is work on to utilize the money from FUST, which is an agent to put antennas in 15,000 antennas in the Brazilian region to improve that. So there is a big gap. We have the technology, we have the companies, we have the willing, but still we have this gap in the field.
I have added here the connectivity, and I would like to also add, we also have a gap on labor. I mean, people are not already prepared to deal with such amount of technology. So it's too much technology to the field, and I see more and more people coming from other areas to work on farms with technology. I mean, it's very different to fix switches and networks and then it's to switch mechanical machineries. And it's a different profile that's attracting different kind of people as well. And it's an increasing need for specialized labor.
One more input on what John is saying, that I've been working with cooperative in Brazil for more than 7 years now. And I think the cooperative has a role in this sense to train people. And also the machinery companies like New Holland or Case or John Deere, they have programs to train these operators. So we see a move from a very low level people in the field to a high skill that has a length of time to do that, but it's happening.
Yeah, I would like to. Oh, sorry.
Okay, go on, Tainan, please.
Yeah, I just would like to put also that I have now the project with the optimizing irrigation that I also did in Brazil, and now I'm doing here as well. And then we have the technology, as Paulo already said. So we are advanced enough, I think, but the problem is the cost from this advance, because we have a lot of sensors that we can combine everything and do a lot of our really great job and then manage the farm, but the cost for the sensor is huge, and we are trying now to do the same work with the to less cost with sensors. So this, in my point of view, this is our challenge now, because we would like to do the same work that we have with good sensors, but with a cheaper sensor that we can say to the farm, okay, now we have this cheap one that you can use, because we have all the technology enough, but in the end, the farmer will not take this technology because it's too expensive. So I think now the challenge for us is this transition to bring this kind of technology to the farm.
I'd like just to line
Yeah, I
up on
completely
this,
agree with you, Taina.
on this discussion, Taina. I think it's not actually all the time it's expensive. Actually, expensive, it's a vision about what's the payback, what's the return of investment that we have to do here. Because of course, a sensor or a set of sensors is much less expensive than a machinery, of course. But actually, what you do with machinery, or what you do with that. And probably there is two words that we need to remember all the time when we try to put some technology in the farms is actually how scalable is this? When you talk about Brazilian farms, they are huge, really huge. And in this time, how scalable and how I make my return of investment of this? What's the payback of this? So we have a scenario here in Brazil that we are all the time competing with startups, with technology that comes from abroad, from other countries. In Brazil, of course, we have a huge problem here. That's the infrastructure, like Paulo said. Of course, the connectivity is something that we need to remember all the time. And when some American companies, American startups come to here from a completely different environment where you have a 4G, you have internet connection on every farm actually, and they have some technology that need this structure to be functional. And when you talk about doing this in Brazil, we have to learn what kind of structure we have to create, how creative we have to be to deliver this kind of value in our company, in our farms here. So I have some great example of startups, Brazilian startups that have challenged so much things here in Brazil that actually startups that come from abroad don't do this because they are not prepared for this lack of connectivity, this lack of infrastructure that we have in Brazil. So if you have Seoul, for example, that's a great company. For me, it's the best ag tech in Brazil because they have faced a challenge that okay, you don't have connectivity in the farms. How you can create this? Okay, that's gonna be expensive. So what kind of farms we have to do first? So we have a lot of clients with great connectivity. Actually, not great connectivity, but enough connectivity to apply some technology. Of course, this is expensive, but the last column of the table is the ROI, the return of investment, and we do this in Brazil. So how scalable is going to be this, and what kind of return of investment we can capture from this technology? So I think this is probably, of course, it's a set of things, a set of reasons that we don't have the exponential adoption that we have in fintechs, for example. It's agtech is very difficult because we have structural problems here, but we need to be more creative in how we put this technology on the farms. Okay, it's expensive, the sensor is very expensive, but what's the return of investment? How is the payback of this technology on the farm? So this is a problem, this is a huge problem, how you capture value and how you calculate this return of investment. So I think this is something that has to be discussed very well because farms is a business. And
yeah, I understand that, Carlos, and you put very well as also, but the problem is when we have the solution to better manage the farm, we have a lot of costs, and this could work at the research period that we are searching for solution, and can be also a possibility for big farms, because I used to work and I still work with the two big farms in Brazilian, and they managed to do this because they are huge. But I think the goal for technology is to make available for everyone. And okay, we can have the top 10 sensor that can be used for big farm, but we should do some demo, something similar to the other farm as well, because otherwise will be technology just for the big ones, you know. But I know it's difficult, it's very difficult, I know, but I think the question was how advanced we are, and I think we are very advanced with the technology and with knowledge as well, because we have knowledge in Brazil as well, we have knowledge in Switzerland and Korea, everywhere we have a lot of knowledge. But I think the problem is to bring this knowledge to the field. I think this is the big question.
I think that's a good point, Tainá. And again, when you take a great complex as São Martinho, Citrosuco, they buy their own connectivity. They have no problem with that.
Yes.
The problem is the small ones. That's why the Minister of Agriculture has put as a priority how to reach the small producers with technology. So you can use the analog band that was disconnected from TV. It can be used in the field with long length and many other. But I think is how to reach this. It has to be through cooperatives. The cooperative has more than 1,500 cooperatives in Brazil. They are the ones to transfer technology to the small producer. It's difficult to reach all of them. That's my point.
Yeah, I don't know, Paulo, because I'm working now in Switzerland. So I told already Leonardo, Nayara, that I'm really trying to do this connectivity with Brazilian because it's my country. And we try a lot of times to do projects, but would not happen. It's very difficult.
Well,
I think talk
to me. Talk to me.
Yeah,
I agree.
okay.
I agree with Paulo. I agree with Paulo and João, and because I think that we have a huge work to do in education and technology transfer. Okay. And we must remember that we are a huge country, a continental country, and we have very big regional differences, regional characteristics, and we have to overview about all our territory. And I think that the most important thing is a mindset change. Because even in a research institution, we have a mindset that is not away with the transformation, the digital transformation of agriculture. And we have to have a big transformation in our mindset. And I think that it is a work for the education policies and the education practices. And I think that the big problem is the small ones, the small producers, because they have so different kinds of formation and for instruction and cultural characteristics and so on, that we have to transform all of this. Okay, I don't know.
Just to close the discussion,
we have listed here seven topics that are problems, opportunities, and we still have two other questions here to cover, right, Naira? One is what we see and hear from what has been done related to these opportunities that we have listed, and also how we see the present. We talked about the present a bit already, right? And how we see the future and how it's gonna transition to that future. I think we won't have time to do it all, Naira. What do you suggest us to do?
I suggest to focus on the suggestions related to what is the transition actions that we need to have for take the pathway for the future, and what do we expect as actions for the future to reach this question and see that we have a implementation of the digitalization in the farms that we are discussing here. What do you suggest, people?
Yeah, let's go for it. Let's go for the transition.
We can choose, for example, one line like how to bring digitalization for small farmers.
Yeah.
What's the transition actions and what is the future for them?
Acho que the key question for me is how we implement a good plan to transfer the technology to small producers. For me, is the key point. We have the technology, we have the cooperative. How we make a program really effective to transfer this knowledge to the small producers. That's for me. And Carlos with Sensix, with experience with the data and so on, could be a platform for that, helping the cooperative to do that. Just one idea here.
Yes, Paulo. Actually, I think the first thing is everything needs to be very, very simple. How not just transfer, but we need to be very, very simple, like just some clicks. And we have some startups that are bringing this in Brazil. I have an example, for example, Atomic Agro. It's a very, very simple app that brings to the small farmer with a little bit about the digitalization. So quotations, something very, very simple. It doesn't need to be the highest and the greatest technology in the world. Actually, it's something, okay, you have the app to open that application and see how's the price and how to manage your farms with the minimal, what schedule I have to planting, what schedule I have to find some machinery. We have a lot of this with the small companies, but of course, like Tina said, it's very difficult to the small farmers because not just the access, but actually the mindset. I think there's some plan that some startups are addressing this very well. For us, it's a very challenging too because we don't like to be only the big ones. We like the small ones because it's easier to sell in a commercial metric, but it's harder to sell in a mindset vision. So what we'd like to do is, okay, I have to attend the entire market in Brazil, and most of the farms are small farmers. How can I address this? So the first thing is very simple. Be simple. Very, very simple. We don't have to exigir. We don't have to be very, very complicated. Demand that he needs to be a agronomist or a PhD. You have just to demand, okay, some simple tasks that we can already do something with this. Other thing that we're doing here is to not just go through directly to the grower. Actually, a lot of these growers have some kind of consultant. So a cooperative or a crop consultant or something of consultants, because it's very common in agriculture. You have someone to say to you what you have to do about agronomy. So what we're trying to do is, okay, how okay, they don't have the ability to implement this in the farm. So I search someone that can help me with this. So we have some channels, a lot of partners in Brazil that are actually taking our technology, merging with a lot of other technology from other startups, and make something more simple to take decisions in the farms. Normally, big companies, big farms, they don't have this. The entire team, the entire decision take is inside the farm. And for the small ones, the medium ones, they have some crop consultants that we can work on. So I think the steps are this: make it very, very simple and and have some help with crop consultants that they are every day in the farm. So probably this is the way. I didn't find the right way, but this is something we're trying here.
Yeah,
I just one thing.
sure.
I agree with Carlos, and I think we have to use more from the knowledge that we already have. For example, I know that we have the connection with the college, university in Brazilian as well, but it's not so easy to do this connection because we have a lot of bureaucracy from government that must be just this one university cannot be the other one. So this little stuff, they don't let us to move on, you know. So must be very simple, I agree, and we have to connect all the institution that we have, because if you have a university, they can use some program like master degree or something like that, so would be easy with the work. And with the small farms, it's really great work because they want to be involved, the owners, they want to do the job. So they will be very careful. They will try to do the best to show us that they can do this. So we have all the possibility, but I think the problem is still this connection between all the institution and the company, because for experience is really difficult. We have a lot of programs between Brazil, Switzerland, and other countries, but when we try to do this connection, we cannot move forward because we have to do just this kind of university, cannot do this one. Yes, it's still difficult.
Just to add one thing here, I was advisor of Copercitos, 34,000 copra farmers, and also Coplacana, 14,000 farmers. It's not simple or complex, the solution. The solution is what they need in the field. We had a lot of startup with a mobile in the hands without delivering what they need. That is the main problem today to convince the farmers. The farmers, they are willing to buy as long as you deliver what they need to put more money in the pocket. That's very simple.
Okay. Yes, I agree, Paulo, and I think that we have to have a strong innovation environment, because we have a gap between these 2 points, okay, the innovation and the small farmers. All the Brazilian agriculture production comes from the small farmers, you know, and we have quite a half of the Brazilian agricultural production coming from the small farmers. And we have to have a strong consultants system and for to go to the small farmers and do the education programs and the transfer technology programs. Okay, I think that all the innovation systems comes from is driven by demand, and we have to be aware and in what the small farmers needs to do the digital transformation. Okay, I think that this is the point.
I think we have to move to the question 2, and we have had here 7 points in problems and opportunities, and regarding to digital transformation for small farmers, we have said also some 7 post-it notes here with points that could help in the transition for a more digital future for small farmers. And you all can feel free to keep adding notes here, and we got to move on.
Yeah.
Right, Naira?
Yeah, so we move to the question 2, where Paulo Silveira will
Yeah.
start the discussion with this question. The question is, what mishaps and pitfalls can affect our sustainability, health, security, and economic in the future of agriculture? So, Paulo,
Yeah.
this.
I think I have listed some points here that we have touched in the first panel. And the first one is what Fernando just said is what could happen is our inability to work with the ecosystem. I saw someone, I think was Christine, say, I don't understand too much about agro, and someone will say, I don't understand about food. But there is no agro, there is no food. There is a food system working. So that is the main point of this transformation, is all this chain and system is interconnected, not in a rectilinear way, is in a circular way. So connecting to each other. So that is the, if we don't learn how to do that, we may fail. And we did two weeks ago, the World Food Day, Brazil, you know, Naira, and we, in each panel, we mix agriculture, industry, nutrition, and retail. So there is no one specific panel for a specific segment. So that is one thing. The second thing I have written here is our inability to develop talent in a digital life. Yeah, and then we have touched that, but how to do that? How the program in the university, how to change the curriculum, that is a task not easy to do it. The third item is the transfer of technology. For me, is that we need to put the system. Embrapa is the main pillar of this transferring, but also where are the universities doing that? Where are the other institutes doing that? I've seen today in Brazil, Institute Food Technology doing events, doing mentoring. They have to do research. They have to do what they have to do. There is a misconception of this. And the fourth is the retail, how to inform consumer in the right sustainable consumption, with the right labeling, with the right behavior. I think we should address this point. And as well as for industry, the food industry, very conservative in Brazil. We need to invest more in clean process. Otherwise, our sustainability will not remain. And also going for health products. And then is the point for me. When you go to health products, and you have to teach the small producers how to produce different crops than soya and corn, plant-based protein, other pulses, and everything. That means transferring. And access to capital to the startups. Now we have a new law coming in, PL 146, that will facilitate the life of startup. That's good for tech. And the last one that I wrote here, Naira, is the rules, regulatory points, because innovation comes before. And we need to speed up our process in a visa and so on. So that is the items I want to discuss here.
Thank you, Paulo. Fernando, you can feel free to start your flash inspirational presentation. If you need to share the screen, feel free. And also, Paulo gave you a gift of 1 minute. So you have 5 minutes and we are on the time, so don't worry.
I saved 1 minute?
Yeah. Fernando, I believe that you are muted.
Good.
Are you seeing
Yeah.
the presentation?
Yeah.
I'll try to be very quick, but it's difficult to talk about Embrapa and without so many so many points. Okay. I'm a researcher at Secretariat of Innovation and Business. Okay. Are you seeing that?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, it's better. There are enough research. I will read, okay, to save time, okay? There are enough resources to satisfy all human needs. There are not enough research to satisfy all human greeds. Mahatma Gandhi. The world population is estimated to have reached 7.7 billion people. In 2050, with a population of 9.7 billion, the world will need almost 70% more food. The world population and the increases in life expectancy and purchasing power will impact the demand on water, energy, food, and fibers. The scenario of climate change may limit production. Prospect of the world growth until 2050 impacts factors related to the population, size, longevity, urbanization rate, consumption patterns. For there to be health and food security, it will be necessary to adopt 4 new concepts in food production: animal health, human health through food, food safety, sustainability as an integrated approach to social, economic, and environmental impacts for the sustainable development. The solution, excuse me, the solution on the sustainable developments. There is a need to produce more by using conservation technologies for soils, water, plants, and animals, mitigating environmental impacts. In 2050, the agricultural production will need to globally increase by 70% and mostly nearly 100% in developing countries to feed a growing population. The agricultural research is a powerful ally for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, launched in 2015 by the United Nations. By producing knowledge and technological assets focused on sustainability, Embrapa aligns its agenda with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals established by the United Nations. So agriculture is equal agrobiodigital today. Technology convergence in biotechnology plus agrodigitalization plus sustainability plus bioeconomy. The production in million tons per year of the Brazilian agriculture, grains, fruits, milk, meat, grains harvest area production, and yield rice, beans, corn, soybean, and wheat. Do you know that there is a very strong increase of the production and the yield, but the area of the acreage remains quite the same from 1975 to 2017. Brazil, numbers of exports in 2018, Brazil is among the largest food exporters in the world. 1 out of the 4 products from the agribusiness that circulates in the world comes from Brazil. In 2018, the exports from agribusiness reached 101 billion. World trade in Brazilian exports. Agribusiness innovates and leads growth, the country growth. You see agribusiness in green, other sectors in brown, and the total in the grays line. Okay. Export main products in 2018. The main products of the Brazilian agricultural exportations. Main destinations to China, especially, others, European Union, United States, and South Korea. Evolution in the decrease of the food basket price in São Paulo. Embrapa, with the support of partners, generated knowledge and technology for the national agriculture, which allow at the reduction of costs in the field and helped Brazil to increase the supply of food with sustainability and to reduce the value of the basic basket more than 50% in the last 45 years. The food basket price in São Paulo, the decrease you see here in this graphic. What's the whole of the Brazilian Agricultural Research Corporation? Enable research solutions, development and innovation for agriculture sustainability for the benefits of Brazilian society. Founded in 1973, staff more than 80,000 employees, 2,000 researchers, 2,000 PhDs. We are spread all over the country, structured 43 research centers, 7 central units, administratives here in Brasilia. Is a part of the National Agricultural Research System, the problem of the environment, of innovation, you know, public agricultural research organizations, public research institutions, Embrapa, public and private universities, that Paulo said, financial support institutions, private companies, and the future challenges for developing sustainable goals through innovation. Genomic editing with advanced genetics technology, like CRISPR technology, for example, risk management, agriculture 4.0 and even 5.0, sustainable intensification, higher productivity without increasing acreage, technological convergences for agrobiodigital. Partnerships to expand its innovation capacity. Embrapa develops public and private partnerships. International operation. The organization operates in several countries in all continents through scientific cooperation, technical cooperation, and technological business. International Embrapa has a network of collaborations with a number of research institutions, scientific cooperation with all over the world, technical cooperation under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs through the Brazilian Cooperation Agency, ABC, technological business, licensing, seeds, licensed technologies, sale products. And the main areas of Embrapa: agroecology, agroenergy, animal and plant health, aquaculture, automation and precision agriculture, biological control, biological inputs, biotechnology and genetic improvement, climate change, crop, livestock, forest integration, digital agriculture, environmental services, forests, genetic resources, grassland, irrigated agriculture, living without drought, management of pesticides, nanotechnology, nutrition and food security, productive inclusion, soils, strategic territorial intelligence. Accomplishment and
to interrupt you, but we need to finish.
I will finish. In nearly 4 decades, Brazil stopped being a foodstuff importer to become one of the largest producers and exporters of agricultural goods in the world. For each R1 applied at Embrapa, the question of the ROI returned to 12.16 to the Brazilians, more than 70,000 jobs created from the use of Embrapa technologies, food security and nutrition, health, strategic intelligence, and so the end is new agricultural challenges in production systems, socioeconomic and spatial changes in agriculture, intensification and sustainability of agricultural production systems, the threat of climate change, the risk in agriculture, adding value in product change, consumer leadership, technological and knowledge convergence in agriculture, agrobiodigital, as I said, open and social innovation, etc. And the new integrated agriculture and cultural challenges. This is the point. Entrepreneurship with social awareness, focus on consumer and taxpayer pain, education and capacity building to change the mindset to innovation and digital transformation, consolidation of the strong and integrated innovation ecosystem, perception that innovation is driven by demand, extensive use of innovation by technological orders in case of high technological risk, intensification of technology transfer, social innovation. Remember, innovation is not done simply by a government decree. Follow Embrapa and social media, and thank you. Oh,
Okay.
excuse me for the time.
Don't worry. So now we have the second question, and I would like to ask about what you saw, and feel free all to include these comments about opportunity and also about some problems that we need to highlight to start discussion.
I would like to add to 2 points that Paulo mentioned. I think the first that's really important is it's about the system. We need to look at the whole value chain, and I think it's even more important that we somehow stop talking about the value chain, because it's no longer a chain, it's more than a network. So we should start talking about the value network and really look at the connections inside the system, because that's where all the interesting opportunities are. The second point is that it's also about consumers. I think if we want to be able to feed almost 10 billion people by the year 2050, we need to change the way we produce food, but we also need to change our eating habits, because especially the way that we eat here, or I think also in Brazil, I know you guys love your meat as well. It's just not sustainable the way that we consume.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Christine. Anyone else want to add?
No, I just want to add what Christine and Fernando well mentioned is Embrapa is always food technology. Embrapa is food technology in the CTA in Rio de Janeiro with a very large research adding value to products, as Christine said. And one thing that has changed in the last year is that the Ministry of Agriculture in Brazil has added the food tech in the innovation agenda. So it's reinforcing what we are talking here. It's an ecosystem they are looking at. So that's a point.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Any other problem or opportunity that everyone saw in this question?
Naira, the opportunity for me is that we are going to play a big role in plant-based protein, which is a revolution. It is a revolution. It's going on. It's not a buzzword or a trend. And Embrapa can play a role on that. Brazil can play a role on that, as long as we have the right technology to transfer. So someone said in Africa, yes, Africa for sure, big continent. But Brazil is the largest food producer in the world, the largest in soybean, corn. So we have all the conditions to play the role.
Mm-hmm. And thinking about what we are seeing around government, private sector, research and development, startups, at all, everything that it's related to the innovation ecosystem, what you saw that it's happened around this question? Thinking about health, security, about sustainability, the government are doing something, the investors, they are investing more money to bring solutions that bring this kind of impact. What you saw?
I see more and more the startups system working, not only agtech, but also food tech. And we see the government moving, as I said, putting food tech in agenda, a BDI launching programs to sponsor startup or initiatives, let's say. So I think we are moving the right direction, as long as the actors and the stakeholders do their sole profile, what they had to do. What is a kind of entropic system as well until now, but that will arrange.
Nice.
Everyone has want to do everything. In the end, everybody is going to do what he should do.
Thinking about this mindset.
It's the invisible hand of Adam Smith.
Yeah, oh, Fernando. The thing is, I want to be part of it. So let's do what happened.
I believe that Mario wanna add something.
Yeah, I mean, something here that I think is relevant to this conversation. There was an earlier comment about how, you know, the actual health and oversight needs to be genuine. And now the conversation has been going into how do you bring different stakeholders to the table. So I already put a couple of sticky notes because I think that proper impact metrics that are being measured and that are being audited and certified are critical for this. You know, the agriculture has a lot of greenwashing and a lot of SDG washing, where you just kind of put out a PR release, say you're doing something good for the environment, but in reality, you're just dumping a whole bunch of stuff out the back door. So this is an area that I guess we've been talking a lot about Brazil, but outside of Brazil, there's been some key developments in this area, and I put them in the on the Miro board under the what do you see in here. From the private sector, there's the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board, and they cover agriculture. This is, it was an initiative largely led by impact investors, and Goldman Sachs, I think, is one of the most notable that has embraced these standards. So they're really starting to push them out. And I think that understanding those is important for companies with new technologies to be able to drive investment. On the research side, there's a global reporting initiative. I believe they are based out of the Netherlands. I can't remember off the top of my head. I'm sure their website says it. And this is similar to the SASB in that they are auditable metrics, but they are a broader scope. It's not just focusing on investors and return on investment, but they look at different stakeholders, including governments and you know, looking at social concerns. So the third one is the Task Force on Financial Disclosures related to climate change. And that's another standards body. So these are the three big standards bodies. This third one is a mix of government and private sector, and it's looking specifically at climate change, in which, you know, agriculture is definitely a big player, both on the affecting climate change as well as the livelihoods of people in agriculture, depending heavily on climate change. So I think that those three areas are something that I would recommend. Just the level of resources and detail that they have across different industry verticals is really impressive, and it's very straightforward to implement. These are open standards bodies, so you don't have to pay to get access to the information.
Great, thank you, Mario.
Yep, no problem.
Great.
I believe that Christine and also Tainá, you can bring some ideas that what is happening in Switzerland related to these points that the question brings.
Yeah, I asked my boss yesterday to see how is the part from the government here, because we have a lot of payment that the farm can receive if they are doing something that are helping with security and environment as well. So we call direct, I don't know in English, salary, a payment. It's like a direct payment that you receive when you do the right thing. So I think this is very important here, but as I already said, it's different. It's difficult to compare Switzerland with Brazil because the size, yes, you cannot compare. But the thing that I think is more important is to see that first the farm, they should see that they are receiving something that they will lose this, because otherwise economically it's not afford them to do something. So that must be, like I said in the other question, this is also to security and environment, and for all the economic as well, must be something connected in all stuff. I mean, from the government and then the institutions and then to the farm, because yeah, it's difficult to, yeah, it's very difficult, but I don't know.
So the Swiss government, they have some kind of financing lines for farmers who has some positive impact for...
Yes, that's why the most of the farm now they are doing to this organic agriculture, because they have a lot of investment from the government. And as we have, I think next year we will have this law to vote about pesticides and the quality for the water as well. So they will decrease the amount of pesticides. So this kind of stuff is really hard, because with the big farm to do just organic is not the ideal, because they cannot manage just with the organic. And the technology, we already have to do more organic stuff, but it's still difficult to bring to the field. In the end, it's always the same question, how to bring the technology that we have to do the pesticide direct in the plant on the field, because it's very expensive. So it's very, we have a lot of steps to do.
This is something that's also happening here, I think. Some financial institutions, they're assessing better the farmer's profile, and if they have any environmental problem or social practices, then they're giving different different rates on loans for more let's say sustainable or less risky, environmentally speaking and socially speaking. So those farmers who has better profiles are getting money, cheaper money nowadays. And the way I see things related to sustainability, there are two aspects. One is reinforcing what is the law, what is the demand, what are the things that are already like the government has suffered a lot of pressures to make the law being accomplished, and make the, like, reinforce that things that needs to be done correctly here, and the good farmers who need to be, the bad farmers, they need to be separated from the good farmers, and the good farmers, we need to find some ways to compensate them. One is keep them on the business. The others are still to think, because it's hard to connect here, from the retailer, from the consumer, up downstream, up to the farmer. And just something, there is a mechanism of value creation here that needs to be better explored. And also lots of technology. I agree with Mario when he put there's a need for a different mindset that sees the system as a whole, rather than only the yield or productivity or the results. There are other results to be accomplished in every food system. that needs to be measured, that needs to be compensated and take part into the and a part of it is really related to climate. So farmers are seeing that they are building more resilient producing methods are is better either for them individually and for everyone collectively. Those things are happening, and companies are investing more and more into transforming the supply chains this way.
I think that it's a question of an organic and dynamic ecosystem. It must work like an ecosystem, and we will have the integration of all parts and all actors, and to have relevant results. And the government has the whole to implement it and to privilege it. I don't know. Okay.
I think another challenge, especially here in Switzerland, I don't know how it is in Brazil, is that lots of people here are very disconnected from how food is produced, because I mean, I myself, I grew up in a city, so maybe I spent some holidays on a farm, but that's it. Otherwise, I don't really understand. I mean, yes, of course, then we have all these marketing campaigns who enforce a really romantic picture of how food is produced, especially here in Switzerland with our mountains and our cows and so on. But that's just not the reality. And then I think it's also very difficult for farmers here because they need to produce efficiently. They need to be able to sell their produce at a reasonable price, but then still people, they want to have locally grown, organically produced and so on, but then still they don't want to pay anything for it. And I think that's very difficult because yeah, consumers are very contradictive in what they want. We want everything at once, but not pay for it.
Yeah, it's interesting what you're saying, Christine, because the world is talking about food security and the world is talking about food safety because of the pandemic and the crisis. And the world is talking very badly about food industry. Yeah? And someone here in Brazil, very smart guy to make money, create a term called ultra processed. There is no way to be a very hyper ultra processed food. Or is processed or is not processed. There is no there, but he make a lot of money on that. But I say the thing is, where is and what is the role for the food industry in the whole food security and food safety? We go for organic, for local production, great. But long distance, what do you do? That is a big discussion that will determine how to produce food. Because food industry is like a tobacco industry today, which is a big mistake.
And
go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just to add on to this, as I was working with this spin-off, you know, Christine, you mentioned like the idealized images we get of food production. You always see like a picture of a cow on the field and it's happy and it's grazing on grass. But as soon as I started working with this company, trying to understand what does a farm really look like, oh my God, it's brutal. It's really, really brutal. Dairy farms are absolutely brutal places. First of all, the male calves have to be killed as newborns. They're ripped away from their mothers because they'll never produce milk, obviously. And the cows are just, I mean, wow, it's something else. You know, if they showed a real image of a dairy cow, on the milk bottle, nobody would buy it.
Only
It's like
vegans.
cigarettes, right? Once you show what it really looks like on the packet in a picture. And maybe that's part of it, just a little bit more honesty in advertising. It wouldn't solve everything, but I think enforcing some standards in how we communicate food.
Yeah,
Like,
but
have a
Marcio,
picture
you touching a
of your actual
point.
farm, you know?
Yeah, you're touching a very important point when I mention my list of a consumer information to consumer, and what is the message through social media that the food industry is giving to the consumer? And that's a big issue.
We can consider this time that we have in the present a kind of mishap related to the knowledge of the consumer about the system that they use for have the food. And also we have some kind of not in already full implemented solutions to try decrease this impact that the food industry causes for the environment. What we can consider that we have for the present moment as action or even initiatives that can bring positive or negative aspects about this question.
But Naira, I think we have two main fake news in the world today. One is politics, as everybody knows. The second one is food. Everybody can touch in a mobile, see a diet that will work perfectly for you. Huh? Isn't that so? My children say so, 14 years old, go to the internet and say it's a misinformation about food. So I think the whole system is really doing a bad job how to communicate, how to eat properly, because health food is even excess of nutrients or lack of nutrients. And so it's how we communicate that the health food is the right nutrients that your body for your personalized diet works. So it's a misconfusion.
So the transition for a better functionality of the system could be have a more true communication about where the food comes, or even what me as a human being needs to eat for have a healthy or
yeah. Or new technologies. I was in the school, food engineer school, when this GMO thing happened. Everybody was watching what is happening. The industry did nothing. So they are paying the price today. And now comes with the crispy technology. How we are going to communicate to the market if this technology works? How we sell to the consumer that could be or not be this kind of thing. It has to be in the beginning. It's not afterwards, because then we are too sleepy.
And this, what this will bring in the future? The future we will, as a consumer, you charge the industry to have this kind of technology or to give this kind of right information. What's this kind of position about the right communication can bring for the future?
Right communication technology. You know, today with artificial intelligence, you can put in the labeling all the information you need from the field to the table. Okay. So this kind of thing has to start, at least in Brazil, has to start. That is the let's say, a challenge for us, but we need to do that. Anvisa just approved a new regulation. Let's communicate well to the consumer. Sustainable consumption, that I keep saying that. That's what we need to do. Because all this, all this transformation comes from the consumer. As better as he is informed, better the whole system behind it.
And
yes, I agree with Paulo when he say that communication is something that the agri-food system is not doing well. There's a lot more to be done, and there's a lot happening. it's evolving, and but it's not being communicated, and lots of fake news, lots of misconceptions of lots of things, and the industry and the food systems. I don't know. I think they're too busy to defend themselves working. Probably, I don't know.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Or let's put in a nice way. They are conservative. Let's say like this.
Very conservative. Yes.
Guys, I'd like to bring a vision too. We have some experience. Paulo talked about the tobacco chain, and we had some experience with this because the second greater provider of tobacco of the world is Philip Morris. Actually, is our client here in Brazil, and I think that's something very interesting happening right now in this tobacco ecosystem. And when you go to website of Philip Morris International, you can go there, and actually they changed their slogan of them to let me see here, just to be aware, delivering a smoke-free future. It's crazy when you talk about a company, a tobacco company, a company of cigarettes, and they are talking about to really finish the tobacco, actually not the tobacco, but finish the smoke. And I live with them. They are client ours for 3 years by now, and I can understand a little bit more about what they are doing with this. Actually, they are very, very concerned about healthy. It's something crazy because it's a cigarette company, and they are very, very concerned about sustainability. And they have the biggest farming of tobacco of the world. It's a farm that we monitor in Bahia, in Brazil. It's more than 7,000 hectares of tobacco irrigated. It's something crazy. It's huge. And they have all of kind of technology that you must know. So artificial intelligence. They fly drones and process this with us every week. So it's more than 2,000 hectares flying every week. And they are very concerned in how can I have the best practice to produce this kind of it's not food, it's kind of commodity to deliver to the market. And they control the entire chain. They have the seeds, the seedlings, they have the production inside the farm, they have the logistics, and actually the final product that it goes to the consumption market. And actually what they are trying to do is, okay, we are facing a huge problem, that's the health in the world. Everyone knows that cigarettes, it's not good. And what they are trying to do, okay, how I can change my mindset or the mindset of the market to not kill the business. And actually what they did was to invest more than $4 billion in a new technology. It's a technology called HEAT. Actually, they don't smoke the tobacco right now. Actually, they have a dispositive device that you have a heat. Actually, it's a very tiny cigarette that actually don't get in the fire. Actually, just a heat that will free some of the things that we have in the cigarette, but actually with more than 80% less bad things that we have in the cigarette. So actually what they do is, okay, cigarettes is not good, so don't smoke, but if you want to smoke, we have new products for the future. So we are in the middle of this chain because we monitor the biggest tobacco farms in the world. It's very interesting, not just in Brazil, but actually we're going to Argentina and Philippines too, to monitor their farms. And they are trying all the time to produce more, but to producing better as well. Not just in the farm, but actually in the entire chain. How can I use this practice to deliver this message to our clients? So Philip Morris is a perfect example for me, and how we can change and shape the way a product that's very bad for the consumption for the market, and how you can change this. So it's a great case that I like to expose every time, because I'm very in contact with this. Most of the people doesn't have this communication and this marketing they are trying to do, and there is a social thing too on the tobacco industry. If you know, most of the tobacco production is a family production in the south of Brazil. So most of them with 1 hectare, 2 hectares, is something crazy, because it's great to see how some kind of crops really have the power to change a social way the production. And this is something we have to go to some big company that are trying to shape this future, really, even if it's kills their core business, almost kills their core business. So they have to be inventive about this. Tobacco is not food, but actually something that depends on the agriculture. I think this is something that needs to be very aware, and the market needs to know what they are doing with this. Of course, there is a market there. It's a business. It's a very profitable crop. But they are seeing that if they don't do something, they probably gonna be killed by the future. So they're trying to do this.
Okay. Nair, I think we are running out of time, right?
Yeah, we have the third question now.
Yes.
Carlos, you initiate this question with a 5 minutes presentation. The question is, how can agritech contribute to building a better tomorrow? So, Carlos, feel free to start.
Sure, that's great. Yeah. Well, I had some topics here that I didn't do a presentation to present this, but actually I'd like just to quote some topics that I think that's very interesting. To start with this, I'd like to quote some examples of very good company, that very good initiatives that we have in the world, mainly driven by startups. So when I talk about the really changing in the farming industry, actually the entire chain, the first thing that we need to know is that actually this is not just the farmer. So we have an entire chain with accredited financial institution, with farms, with cooperatives, with input providers. They are very, very key actors on the segment, the input providers, the chemical providers, the traders, like we see in the Cargill. We have a lot of experience with Cargill and other companies that actually buys the commodity and make these runs. The exportation operators, the tradings, the agronomic services, logistics. So it's a lot of things that's inside this chain. So what they do is what we see as a startup founder, as a technology provider, is what kind of bad things, it's not inefficient we have on this process, on this time process. And when you go to the field, when you go to the chain, we see a lot of things, a lot of problems that need to be solved. And once it's solved, it's a lot of opportunities for this market. And when you see in 30 years, in 2015, when we have almost 10 billion people, it's going to be very, very possible to do this with this kind of inefficiency that we have the opportunity to solve right now. So when we talk AgTechs, I will start by talking about analytic solutions. That's the sector that Sensex is inside. We have AI, artificial intelligence. We have imagery from drones, satellites. We have satellites like Planet. They provide every day one image of your farm, so you can see this in a timely manner. It's unperceivable. And we have machinery logs. We can see exactly how you are expensing, having expense with fuel, with speed of the machinery, all the inefficiencies can be unlocked. It can be traced. So these technologies are changing the way we take decisions all the time. Not just about anticipation, but actually about timing. So this is something that's I think this is probably the most solution that's in the market, and that's in the media. But we have a lot of things with analytics. We have the robotic solutions that are changing the way we treat crops. Christine, I think, no, actually, Taina showed it to us. Eco Robotics, for example, it's a Swiss company that actually they have a robot with a very precise application of herbicide. So this is something that will change the future. We are doing this. We have some implementation, some technology that they can reduce more than 17% of herbicides and a lot of chemicals in the farms. We have real-time monitoring, like FoodTech, like John Deere's Link. They are changing how the farms reacting to reduce inefficiency in their operations. So before, we just okay, I have to plant, so you plant. I have to go there and see what's going on. Actually, today you can see the entire farm inside the office. So the efficiency of the process is going to be a lot better. Predictive technology. They are changing the way farms understand the farm environment. So the main thing, it's about climate, it's about weather, when I have to plant, when I have to harvest my crops. So this is something that's very precise, mainly because of the big data technologies. We have marketplace that are trying to popularize and shorten the access to inputs and services, change the way mainly small producers can have an access of some kind of service or some kind of inputs. The credit and the guarantee companies like Cargill, like financial institution, they have big data that have changed the way we calculate risks. So the access to credit, it's a lot easier today when you have best practice. Even if you are very small, you can do this using startups like Jira, like a lot of companies in Brazil, around the world. We have vertical farms that are being decisive to provide fresh food, and the next or inside big cities and locals with very challenging environments for agriculture. I had the chance to go to the United Arab Emirates last year, and I saw how much privilege we have here in Brazil because we have a good environment for agriculture. There they have a desert with very low, very little access to water, and they have to produce there with the people. So we have a lot of things here, and we have a great potential to be the greatest of the world in food production. But there they are concerned with food security. They have to have food to eat, and in Brazil we're not aware of this. So when I did that, that was when I went there, that was mind blowing, because actually the growers are not trying to just be profitable in their business, but actually they want to have some food to eat for the market. So vertical farms, it's a game changing for this kind of market. So something very interesting to do. There's a lot of companies doing this too inside the farm to provide fresh foods for the market. So the ag tax, when you talk about sustainability, ag tax have to first to understand the sustainability of the business. So the business of the company, how can I make this more profitable for my client? So this is the first challenge. The second challenge actually is a consequence of this, because when you talk about less inputs, less chemicals to provide the right amount of inputs that I have to have the greater potential of my farm, this is going to be environment sustainable. So I think this is something that we have to understand a little better, how to deliver value to the farms, and in consequence, that's going to be something that will deliver also environment sustainability and provide a better environment to the whole ecosystem. Well, I think that's it. I talk about too much, but that's some topic that I would like to explain here.
Thank you, Carlos. Christine, feel free to start your flash inspirational presentation.
Yes, I will share my screen with you. Let me know if you can.
Yeah, it's working.
You can see it.
Very fast.
Okay. Okay. I found this question actually a bit hard to answer because it is so open. So I tried to split it in three parts, and I asked myself, what are the challenges that we are facing today? What solution does agri-tech provide, and what could a better tomorrow even mean? What could it look like? Yeah, so I thought that agtech can contribute to building a better tomorrow by providing solutions to agricultural challenges. I tried to name a few. It could be land management, that today we have an increased use of fertilizer, pesticides, herbicides, and so on, which is putting a strain on soil health and maybe even polluting nearby water sources. Then we have climate change as a big challenge. We have deforestation that is ongoing. We have more greenhouse gases, which provide increasingly difficult conditions to even grow plants and crops, with climate-driven issues like droughts and floods and so on. Then we have a loss of biodiversity because we have an increasing population. We need to provide more food, so we have a more intense agricultural production. Again, deforestation, loss of other natural landscapes, which means that the natural habitats for some plants and animals are being transformed into agricultural land, maybe even monocultures. And then we have hunger and malnutrition. Today, or I don't know what from when this data is, or in the last few years, almost 2 billion adults are overweight or obese, and almost 500 million are underweight. And the thing is that actually we can produce enough food, enough calories to feed everyone, but it is very unevenly distributed, as these numbers show. And nutrition is one of the main causes of death and disease in the world. Yeah, so what are some solutions that could contribute to building a better tomorrow? For our latest European Food Trends report, we asked experts on their opinion, what are the most important development and innovations in food, and especially in production. The green one that you can see on the left, they focused mainly on tech topics. We have digital and precision farming, we have robotic weeding, we have decision support technology, we have urban vertical or indoor farming, we have GMO and CRISPR, we have 3D printing, and so on. So I think we can say that according to the experts that we interviewed, which were experts from all parts of the value chain, value network, however we want to call it, from startups, from big established companies, from research institutions. What these experts saw was, they saw that there's a lot of potential in agri-tech in order to provide solutions for the future. When we're talking about a future, what could a better tomorrow even look like? That's a question I ask myself, and of course would like to discuss with you. I tried to come up with a few things that it would be nice to have more of, and some that we should have less of, so we can have more automatization and efficiency in production, more sustainability, more healthy and nutritious food, more plant-based protein, more local production, also meaning shorter distribution channels, more food security and food safety, more biodiversity, more education, more prosperity, more transparency. And we could also have less greenhouse gases, less energy, water and land use, less use of fertilizers, less food loss and food waste because we produce more efficiently and effectively, less animal products. And if we can automate a lots of things, we could also have less exploitation and child labor and less dangerous working conditions. If we manage to distribute food more evenly, we have less malnutrition and also less inequality. These are some thoughts, and now I would be very happy to discuss that with you.
Thank you, Christian. Awesome presentation and all the insights that you bring with them. So following the same methodology that we are discussing the last questions, what is the opportunities, problems, and gaps or even challenge that we have for how the digitalization and also the technology in agro, or as Paulo mentioned, the food systems can construct a better future? So what is the main points that you can bring? Anyone?
Yeah, I think we can start from the last slide that Christine presented. There's a lot of things that we want and things that we don't want. Like we want less impact, more positive impact, and less of. I think you can put that again, Christine. There's a lot of good things there. I really like that.
Great. And
yeah, we can start from here.
This is the map for the changing, we can say.
Can we just put that into our board?
Yeah.
Just work on them one at a time.
Yeah.
This is great.
I think always the question where to start to address the problem. And for me, again, is nutrition, health and nutritious food. Because by identify this problem, you work in a plant-based solution, more sustainable, local production and so on, small producers and so on. So for me, in my event 2 weeks ago, there was Daniel Balaban from the World Food Program that has been awarded by the Nobel Prize of this year, and seeing how to build up a zero hunger generation. Mm-hmm. That is, for me, the key central point to address, and the whole system will work for that. So just some thoughts here.
Nice.
I would like to contribute on the thoughts on where to start. I think that we have to start by having the right incentives for the things that are on the left, and also incentives for not having the things that are on the right. So the way when we are working with certain technologies and certain things that promote more of the things that are here, the food system is very complex. I mean, if you take the example of the World Food Program, for example, there are 600,000 people in hunger, right, Paulo? Something like this.
Plus 300 with the pandemic. Mm-hmm. Well, almost 1 billion.
Yes, plus 300. Yes, we were 800,000, and then they did a very, very good work of shrinking that to 600,000, and now 300 plus. Yes, and for example, we've been working with them in bringing digitalization to solve that problem. And one of the things that we did was like understanding where the problem was. like from these 6 or 9, almost 1 billion people suffering of hunger, where they are, what they need, what kind of things we could do and we could leverage for. We have to break down the problem for region, for and cross this need with all the technology that we have available. I mean, and that's the role that entrepreneurs have. Connect research institutions such as Embrapa or other research that are being done to solve real world problems, and to really reframe the problem in a different way and think like what are specific segments of the problem that we can solve with which technology, and make it and put some incentives and make it work like a piece at a time. And there was, for example, one project that we have financed in World Food Program that was related to food enrichment. The startup, they were doing enriched flour for Africa at the same cost as the regular flour.
Just to
So that's very obvious.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting, but in 1 minute or less,
sure,
you'll be moved to the main room. So it's the last point that we have.
I need to go to the main room too.
I think that João Alexandre, I think that we see different things in the both sides of the board, and I think that in the right side we see common problems or word problems, and in the left side we see technological solutions. And so we have the game to link one each other to solve the problem, because it's an organic process, an organic system, an ecosystem problem. Okay, and so I think that we have very different standards all over the world in production and so on. I don't know.
Naira, João, if you want to present, I don't mind. You have the notes. You can present yourself in the next section, if you want. João?
I believe that João already go back. So I ask for all to return to the main session. Probably a pop-up appears in your.
Yes.
So just
thank you.
Return to the main session, and we will continue the event there.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Welcome to Group B. We're still trying to get all the participants. I'm calling people to join. We're missing at least one more person. So anyway, if there's any other technical issue, I'm the one in charge, but I will be in the background. So I will just be the one to bother you when you have 1 minute left or when the next speaker should prepare. So basically that will be my role. So I will be mostly mute. Okay, so I think we can start now with, well, first of all, thank you for coming. And I think Chongyu, you can take over.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Jung-Gu from Latitude. Let me share my screen with the start for the first discussion. Okay, I hope everyone see the nice science and technology officer logo on the top, right? So I understand why Alessandra invited me is because of my background and my company. In Seoul, I'm working for the overseas companies to introducing Korea market or helping their market represents in Korea. Also, we have another office in New Zealand. So we are helping Korean companies to introduce them to New Zealand or Australia. I think I am lucky to meet business people in this future food area or next food. In 2017, everyone knows Impossible Food, and Nick Hala of the Impossible Food, he's the first employee of the Impossible Food. He visited Korea. I think I remember he's coming into Korea because of the he in the process of the funding by the Korean large corporations. And then we were very lucky to have him as a very small group of discussion. And then in 2017, in my picture, and there's a bearded guy called Jordan. He was just following another associated with Nick Hala. We were a very small group, small discussion after our big conference. And then just 1 year later, we asked the Impossible Food to come to the Korea to speak at our conference. And then we invited not only Impossible Food, but also Good Dot, Ocean Tiger, Ahimi, or Manpiece, and Shiok Meats from the Singapore. At that time, that was the very, very rare case to have those people in the one group. And then we had this panel discussion. So I met everyone in that group, and then no one knows what's going on happening globally. And then at the time, we don't have any alternative protein in Korea product as a product. But from the 2018, after that conference, Dongwon Food starting to import Beyond Meat into Korea, and Jiguin started to manufacturing future food like Impossible Food. So in 2019, what happened in globally, Impossible Food is no longer just a startup, it's a bigger company. And we had a conference again, and we invited the Green Mondays CEO, David Young. David Young brought some Omni pork sample to Korean people at the conference. So in just about 3 years, in only 3 years, I have been facilitating a conference and event, but I had really good luck to meet all the people, and I witnessed all their process or their growth in the market, not only in global, but also in Korea. So I think this is my background. Also, this is why I am invited to this session. So this black background map is the new protein landscape version 2.9. This is the current situation for how many companies are engaged with this area, as we call the future food or next generation of the food. And in the beginning of 2017 or 2016, when we researched the Impossible Food to invite our speakers, so there's not many companies like this. There's only 100 companies in that map, but now it's like 1,000 companies globally. And I saw an article talking about lab-grown meat caused to behave like a tech, which means it's not like a plant-based meat, but also lab-grown meat is also increasing. And the beauty of the lab-grown meat is that they can make a cost really down if it's a scale up. So it's like people are talking about when we will meet the new food without an animal. So that's the discussions currently in the global, as I understand. And the other aspect I want to bring up to the discussion is regenerative agriculture. So on the left-hand side, we are talking about veganism or the animal welfare, and then people not trying to have a meat from the animal. But on the other hand, there's lots of people working on the agriculture, or let's say the farming culture. They have a lot of people already working on that industry. We cannot just get rid of those industries. It's a huge. This is a sustainability issue as well. But in that agriculture sector, they are talking about regenerative, how we can still have a cow meat or a lamb or beef, but still we can be a regenerative or sustainability manner. So that's the another discussion in somewhere in globally, like Australia or US, they have lots of discussion around the regenerative agriculture because they want to survive in this context. And also the other aspect I want to bring up to you guys is upcycling food. So you guys knows about the, like you can have a bread out of the beer production or on the other way. So there's lots of example of by the startups in UK or US, they are talking about the recycling or upcycling food. And even though we have speakers from the Givaudan today, but they have spend lots of money or for supporting that kind of upcycled food, as I learned from last event with the Swiss embassy in Korea. So not only future food or future tech food, but also we are in the context of the regenerative agriculture or agriculture industry, but also some people are thinking about recycling food. Those agendas or those aspects I want to bring up to the discussion today, so you can have a more diversity perspective for discussion. So this is the example I want to talk. I want to just showcase today. Maybe you know this company very well. It's AgriProtein. So this company is established in 2008 in South Africa. So 2008, it's 12 years ago. So we are talking about future food, but actually I think I probably say it is just present. It is happening now. So they are using the soldier fly for fish farming, but they recently supplied their mac oil to the very famous Robert Swan, the explorer in the South Pole, and they are using that mac oil for their protein or energy while they having a very extreme traveling or adventures in the South Pole, and their feedback is quite good. So it is something we will have in the future, but in the product side or technical side or university, they are already happening. That's something I would to emphasize with that case studies. So I believe everyone doing is your own part for to slow down the climate crisis. We cannot stop the climate crisis, but however, we can try to slow down. So what I am doing with my team in Korea and New Zealand, we are making a discussion group. We are showcasing in conference, online events, and making a consulting project for helping the traditional companies to think the other way, think of sustainability or resilience. And so we are a part of the SB Global community. So we are hosting SB Korea conference, actually the day after tomorrow. So if you guys can understand Korean or half English, then you can join online, complimentary. So that's me, and that's the topic I understood for today. And I would like to invite our speakers. Laura?
Yes, please, Alexandra, get ready to present. I don't hear or see you. You're mute.
Who?
Can you please, Alexandra? Yeah, right. Okay, now I think he's getting ready.
Yeah, hi everyone.
Great.
So should I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay. So. So can you see my screen with the Givaudan logo on it?
Yeah, we could see that.
Yeah, okay, good. Well, thanks everyone. So great to be here and to share some of what we've been doing in the food tech arena around the world. I saw that we just heard about some of the trends and topics, especially on alternative protein. Thinking about this vision and kind of status of the food tech and how this is evolving, I choose the topic of ecosystems. So we are like a big believer, and I want to tell you this story, on how important ecosystems are. And I want to do this by telling you a little bit about this story that you are all familiar. So imagine that you are in 1879, right? So some time ago, and then let's say you are walking to this town, and you see like there's a huge buzz. You see a lot of people talking, and then when you get into like a group and you say, okay, what's going on? What's happening there? And then someone goes like, Thomas Edison just demonstrated electric light. And then you're like, okay, this is amazing, right? And this is a major invention. It went all the way. People got excited, but actually, they did not see any impact of that invention, in the next 3 years. It was only in the 1882 that the first power plant was actually launched, and then they were able, with that, to provide electricity to 500 homes in that location. So people start to experience, because you get like the inventor, and now you have the distribution plant. And then many years after that, Thomas Edison was actually not predicting how much his invention would actually impact the whole world. So from radios, TV, refrigerators, everything, even like the way we see today, our devices and phones, they depend heavily in electricity. So I am Alex Bastos. I'm the Global Director of Front-End Innovation for Givaudan. And we play a key role in the value chain in the industry. We are a big company serving all the different categories, including alternative protein. And we want to share with you, our experience, especially on the how you innovate, right? So the topics are there. And actually in the other group, I'll talk about which trends we see. But we want to talk to you about the how. And taking this story of Thomas Edison and everything that actually had to be around that invention to then bring impact, to the world, that's pretty much, what I want to discuss to you, and then now bringing this to the food industry. And to do that, I want to talk about a specific topic that I'll demonstrate to you in the next slide. So it's a quote that we like, right? It's ecosystems, not inventions, that truly change the world. So inventions, we have many, but then if it's not picked up by the value chain, by the other enablers in the industry, it will just stay there, as maybe a patent, maybe as an IP. So you need an ecosystem to create life around that innovation. So what we have done, and this is as an example, we created this this space, which is called MISTA, and the tagline goes like food optimized. And the idea of MISTA, as an example of an ecosystem, is that we bring together all the partners you can imagine, creating this hyper-connected ecosystem so that everybody can work around the same innovation. The problems, if we take like alternative protein, if we take fermentation, if we take like issues on the sourcing, on the agriculture, biodiversity, all these issues, they are common for everybody in the industry. What we have seen in the past is that, there was a lot of silos, everybody trying to target the problem, by themselves, but not collaborating. So we came up with this idea, say, well, we need an ecosystem at the end. We can create the best taste solution ever. Somebody can create the best, plant protein ever. Somebody can, come up with a very nice texture, solution. But if you don't put this together, if you don't work with consumers, if you don't get the retailers to actually try that product, if you don't get the value chain to support you, it's going to take like a lot of time to make it happen. So we came up like, what if in the innovation phase, we actually bring everybody on board? So we bring the big players, we bring enablers, we bring startups that will have an element of innovation there, and then we work almost like as a virtual startup. That's what we call a hyper-connected ecosystem. And today, this is one example of what we can do. In this case, Mista is located in San Francisco. We have now created, other innovation ecosystems in Zurich. That's the ZIC, the Zurich Innovation Center. We have done, alternative protein innovation center in Singapore together with Buehler, who is part of the value chain, and some, other suppliers. And we are doing this like in many different places. So the topic that I want to bring to you today was this. So one thing is like the trends, the product, the topics, but it's actually like as important is how you do that. You can come up with a lot of new things, new ideas, but if you don't get the right partners, it's gonna take longer and it won't be the same, result. So we are all for an ecosystem where things can be faster and better. So when we think about the innovation, vision, and the status, we see that these emerging ecosystems are bubbling up like everywhere around the world. And we truly believe that this is the way to innovate going forward. So that was my talk. Thank you for having me, and happy to further discuss this as a next step. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. Please, next speaker, get ready. Lee Jong-sang.
Yeah, I'm ready. But after hearing it, okay, can you see my pictures?
Yes.
Okay. So after hearing that the previous two speakers, I came to know that I prepared the old age stone bricks. Unlike with previous speakers, I'm just, when I heard the invitation, I thought that I belong to the functional food department in the university. That's why people are expecting to hear the concept of the functional food. That's why I prepared those steps. But anyhow, okay, let me see my materials first. Okay. So the two things that I want to deliver to you, I want to mention that the relationship between the drugs, food and drugs, and the second thing is I want to tell you that what could be the driving force for our collaboration. So briefly, I want to introduce myself. For a long time, I was trying to investigate the underlying molecular mechanisms of cancer prevention, especially in gastrointestinal conditions. Oops. Briefly, the esophageal reflux and pancreatic fibrosis, and alcohol and Helicobacter pylori induced gastropathy and their cellular defensive mechanisms, and colitis associated colorectal carcinogenesis that I have research on. And while I was studying in America, I was evaluating the protein glycosylation patterning with the circadian rhythmic changes upon the food consumption, as well as the growth factors activation mechanisms. Then very recently, I'm trying to expand my research topic to the microRNA stops in the oral stops. So above all the organs in digestive system, I have studies and I have researched. Those are very closely linked to the food indigestion organs. So the common word from the previous topic is the phytochemicals. As you may know, the phyto, that is a Greek word from the plant origins. And if the plant has some substances which can prevent the disease like cancer or heart disease, so up to date, more than 3,000 different phytochemicals are identified, which are harboring the health beneficial properties. So most of them are linked to the antioxidants. As you may know, we are consuming the oxygen gases while we were respirating and food digesting. That's why if any materials can stabilizing or deactivate the reactive oxygen species, which can attack the cell, that can be very beneficial issues. So the concept, the chemo prevention, is based on these phytochemicals by utilizing some active or the potent ingredient which can prevent or stop or reverse the cancer progression. So the reason that I brought this phytochemical terminology is it is quite related to the fascinating two concepts of designer's food and functional food. As a previous speaker mentioned that beyond proteins and the other some concept for the ecosystem, but I want to just deliver some conceptual word for the designer and the functional food. But basically, if we incorporate certain active ingredient to the food composition, so we could get the very beneficial way to cope up with health claim issues. So, and even some people, they are converting this concept to the nutraceutical or cosmeceutical concept. So to be more active way, if we find some good candidate from the natural origin, then if we incorporate to the food or food designing, then we could have very, beyond the food itself value, we could get the more health beneficial issues. So the baseline of that I mentioned, this phytochemical, is I want to deliver that the food are very closely linked with the drug-based or druggable concept. And the second issue is, I don't want to go detail in our movement, but I belong to the Jeollabuk province in Korea. Our Korean government, they are trying to centralize the 5 clustering, especially the agricultural business and some the farming technology and the food and the microorganism in this area. So we have great potential to be incorporated in this clustering. However, we didn't know that how can we convert our change, how can we convert our school of DNA. That's why during a couple of years, I was proposing to the Wageningen University in Netherlands. I was introducing my university and our potential, and I was trying to make a co-work with them. So during the last 3 years, we dissect our school system. Then we build up the new system named the Superstar College. It's the virtual college. It's not exist in the physical way. But as you see the picture in the bottom, every university has their own department or the college. Our university has 8 different colleges with 60 different majors, but most of them are very strict. It's hard to change their own characters to catch up with the present needs, like the human care or knowledge base or any convergence based something. That's why we established the virtual college, and we were trying to cope up with the industrial needs or any the convergence need with the different partners. So the reason that I want to incorporate this slide is while I was dissecting our school of DNA, we were focused on the hardware or software, but I want to mention that we have to change our mindset to catch up with the present challenges. So as you can see here, during a couple of decades, there are tremendously progress in technology and content-based something. But however, if you can see the bottom pictures, only the education, although we are trying to change a little bit, but the majority of the education method is knowledge-based or passive manner of the education. So I thought that if we change this educational method, that can be the big chance to us. So as you may know, I'm trying to find a good example from the abroad. So many countries, many advanced countries in the EU, like the Swiss or in Holland, we could find some good example. So you may heard that the triple helix or double triple helix or golden triangle. Even in the Dutch people, they are they have very small land and with very restricted resources, but they are trying to make a harmonization with the academic as well as the industry and the government way. So I want to mention that if any university strictly insist their own system, we cannot cope up with the industrial partner or the government support. So, and I want to share some three examples. So how the Korean people like the Dutch way. So people name that the individual payment is a Dutch pay and Dutch coffee. So, and also I want to mention that the last example. So when I see there one of the campaign about the Dutch leech, it sounds like the Dutch people are leech person. It's correct in some manner, but however, the education should focus on the more practical way. So when we open the car doors, what about using the distal hand, not the front hand? By that way, we can put more attention to the upcoming vehicles, and it can save our lives. So this is what I want to share with you. So the second part is I want to change our educational DNA. We should be more practical and should be more pinch point way, and that's what I want to share today.
Thank you. Thank you, Chang-sang. And Laura, do we have a time for Q&A or?
Yes, a very quick one, a Q&A, and maybe start the discussion immediately. Yeah.
Right. Let's get into the discussion right away. Is there any questions or any comments about the two presenters? I think is a key takeouts actually common of the two presentation is that Chong-sang mentioned of the collaboration, but also he mentioned about the traditional food is not far away from the new future food or food tech. Also, Alexandra mentioned is we are not inventing something, but we just want to collaborate and make an ecosystem together. So those are different presentations from some perspective. However, it's actually very same general ideas we are talking about. Anyone have any questions? Please unmute your mic and make sounds. Okay, let me ask to the Alessandra about your ecosystem. I think that's really nice concept to have like a big company, big conglomerate company like a Jivdong is a drive that ecosystem building is a really important. It's a making the movement faster is always key by the big company and like a supply chain holder. And you mentioned about the production and the university. I was wondering about what kind of a resource, like an ingredients perspective, like an agriculture link, or the how do you get a support from the supply from the raw sources or recycled sources, and do you capture that into your ecosystem as well?
Yeah, finally, you know, I think the main point for the ecosystem is that anybody has a role to play. Maybe if we make it like very specific, right, with one case. So when we saw Beyond Meat for the first time was 7 to 8 years ago, right? It was a crazy idea. We were like, you guys, you don't know what you're doing. Like, this is impossible. This, you never make it. It was, the first prototype was, well, it looked horrible, it tastes horrible, it felt horrible. And we were like, the meat business is so established that this, cannot happen. Well, now, you have all sorts of choices. I mean, actually became the new normal, right? The plant-based patties and all of that. But it took them, 6 to 8 years. And of course, because the challenge was big, and the challenge was big in many different aspects. Can I get the right texture? Can I get the right mouthfeel? Can I get the right regulations? Can I get the right sourcing? And they were, of course, like, and they had their own reasons to kind of go on. And I'm sure they established some partnerships. But then if you think about it, around that time, people that were specialists on the agriculture side, that could, help them on the sourcing, right? The right protein. People that could be specialists, on the texture, that could help them on that part. They could still keep things that, they would say, okay, this is our core innovation and that we want to keep for us, but we want to work with others. And then they would just say, is that the supply? Is that the consumer part? Is that the brand part? And then you put these people together to accelerate. So our belief is that once you put them together, whatever they are, these strategic people in the ecosystem, you will accelerate the innovation. We have seen these cases. We are working with, it's still on the same space with redefined meat. It's, those guys are printing a steak, right? It's not even a hamburger, but they really want to mimic a whole beef structure. And from day one, they said, we don't know taste technology, so we need to collaborate with Givaudan. And I can tell you like how much we advanced this, because it's also like a crazy idea to print, an entrecote, for instance, or like a piece of meat. So that's, depending on what you're doing, you would have to call people either on the sourcing side, the supply side, or the food ingredient part. I hope I answer your question.
Yeah, really helpful. And I see that the question from our chat as the first question for discussion is what is the current status and vision in the food industry. And I think we have covered all the status, and everyone knows about where you can buy the Beyond Meat in your country. But what about the vision? What do you see the vision? Jeong-sang, you mentioned about your collaboration is ongoing, and what is your vision from your collaboration discussion group? Of not only about the current status.
Yeah, I think that the collaboration should be starting from the very simple but firm foundation. So people are fascinating by watching the advanced technology or advanced materials, but how can we make a business, or how can we make a collaboration? So we should think about the more fundamental issues about which can be the useful or which can be the harmful ingredient in the food. So when I communicate with the other collaborator, also I'm trying to be more I'm trying to be more frank. What I can put in your cotton box, what I want to have, what I want to take it from your cotton box. So my simple assumption is, if we want to be more frank, then we can set up the one step forward it. That's what I want to share.
Yeah. So in your collaboration, is there is any goal from the JJU, and you are thinking, would you like to make a new concept of the food or new type of the food as a vision of the future food industry?
Hard to answer, but always I'm still on the fundamental issues because I was starting from the scientist. But yeah, people are easily fascinated by adopting the good materials or adopting the good technology to their own items. But I think that what about thinking in the reverse way? What would be the best part of our own product? What would be the key picture of our own materials? So back to the basic, that is what I want to share.
Well, Jung-san, I think that's a really good point. That is, we are in the new normal, and everything is a versatile, and everything is unpredictable world we are living in, especially in this year. And everyone is thinking about what's the next year, what's the year after. However, we don't know is what's tomorrow. We never expected that we are going to lockdown like this. So in that perspective, in that general idea as a background, that we probably should have a review what we have now, and we'll restructure that from build on that foundation. I think that's a good point. I think that's still linked to the what Alexandra mentioned of the ecosystem. So we are just checking our older circular ecosystem and all the tick the box first, rather than making another vision. So I think that's something what you are talking about. And I would like to have more different perspective, opinions, if you have. I'm not just agreeing with all the speakers, and I can making some argument between you guys, and anyone can. Nope. Okay. So thing is, we are talking about the food tech or food industry, and those two speakers has mentioned about the collaboration and thinking about what we have now. And I think that's very context sensitive on this year, like we are in the new normal, as I mentioned. And one of my question in my mind is, what about natural food versus processed food? So Jivdang is the very well-known processor, and Jeongsan is he mentioned of the functional food and how we can extract the phytochemical for their functional. But as a consumer, people are accepted as a natural food is much better. So what do you speakers as a thinking about? Alexander, could you elaborate to that question? Can you?
Yes, definitely. I think it's a good question, right? And the consumers, as we are all consumers at the end, right? So people are getting more informed. People are reading more labels. They want to see what's in their food. They want to understand if they see any number, crazy names, like most of them, or many of them, maybe I don't know if it's most, but many of them, will kind of raise the discussion and so on. And I think the industry has to, to reply to this. In terms of like the evolution, you see that actually the startups, they have been able to respond more quickly, right? And again, my point to the ecosystem. So the industry needs to work faster. But the answer needs to be, given to the consumers. There is an element of transparency and information as well, right? Even today, when you think about like our own case, which is like most of the the B2B or the food processors, it's our current portfolio is heavily considered natural by the agencies that regulate, right? And that means, let's say in essence, we always play with that role. It's like, okay, if you find let's say the input material in nature, if you use like a natural process, the output is natural, right? Basically, that's what you're saying. I think, going forward, more especially of the process technologies that you use will be, more, let's say, leverage, going forward, such as fermentation, right? Fermentation is a technology which is known from, even like the Egyptian times, when they started doing this, and sometimes for the consumer, as they don't know, they see, oh, something is biotransformed, and then I don't like it. Well, if you drink wine, that's exactly what's happening. Or, if you drink beer, it's the same. So there is some kind of education there, right? But I think more and more the industry is going to go for these technologies where you can, really say that the technology is a natural technology, so that you can consider natural. I think that's what we see also, like, in terms of what you use. Like, we do also a lot of extraction, right? Botanical extracts, and there you use some tools to extract the compound you want. So we talk a lot about green extraction, that, can we do this on water base? Can we do this, on green solvents, so that, we are also aligned with the consumer expectation. Consumers will push, and I think then the industry will have to answer. That's super clear.
Good. Jung-san, we are out of time. Can you just quickly answer your question about the natural food versus processed food?
Yeah, it's also important, but it's hard to answer that. But I want to add up just one comment at there. So by doing the processing, the process of the processing, the active ingredient can be destroyed. So what about after fully process the food, and then what about the spraying the active ingredient to the final product? So there can be an alternative way. So I want to mention that recently people are paying more attention to the label. I mean the label on the product. So so the people are understanding that the food processing, it can be a more convenient to be digested or to be absorbed. But the only problem is, by that way, some active ingredient can be destroyed. So I recommend that in the end of the food processing, what about the spraying the active ingredient? That can be the alternative way.
Right, thank you. I think that's all for discussion for first part of the session. Thank you.
Thanks so much, everyone. Now we're moving to question 2. So where does science stand and how does it envision healthy nutrition? Let's move on. Braida.
So I will just quickly share my screen here. So yeah, thank you very much for this very interesting first part. Now we're moving on to the question, where does science stand and how does it envision healthy nutrition? So I'm Braida Tom, and I'm working for the World Food Systems Center of ETH Zurich. We are a competence center that brings together the expertise and knowledge from different member groups to work together on topics like nutritional security and sustainable food systems. Before we start, I would like to take a moment to look back. So innovations in science and technology have always been the driving force in changing our food systems. During the Industrial Revolution, innovations were the driving force of specialization. Technology enabled agricultural and food production with a fraction of the labor force to produce more food with less labor. The US and North America were definitely the pioneers in this development, and were able to double the food production between 1950 and 2000. The technological development allowed to increase trade, store food better, process it more efficiently, and also prepare food quicker, which then changed the consumer habits as well. And this was also kind of the starting point for the evolvement of a global food system. The Industrial Revolution followed by the Green Revolution that was defined by the development and use of improved varieties for the major commodities like wheat, rice, maize, soybean. And both revolutions led to an intensification of production, land use, more irrigation, more fertilizers, more pesticides. And the transfer of technology and knowledge from research stations into agricultural practice improved the infrastructure to transport goods from fields to markets. All these developments made it possible to drastically decrease the number of people suffering hunger in this planet, but at the same time, it came at a very high cost in terms of environmental pollution. The energy-intense production led to challenges that we now all see, like soil degradation, water scarcity, oversupply of fertilizers, and generally environmental pollution. But not only the environment was affected by it, but also the human health. So nowadays we see quite some problems with obesity or cardiovascular diseases that result from the way that we are nourishing ourselves. So what now? We are pretty much in the middle of the next revolution, the digital revolution. And also here, obviously, science and technology play a crucial role in the development and translation of new technologies. And the questions we have to answer now is, how can we produce more food with less inputs, with less land, producing food on degraded soils? And how can we do that in a way that does not harm the environment and is beneficial for the human health? Furthermore, we have to think about closing resource and nutrient cycles. And it's very important to talk about what kind of future we want now, because the momentum is here that all these technologies shape our food system towards a transformation, and we need to decide now what kind of transformation we want. How can we enable a transformation towards a planetary health diet that is both healthy for human beings, but also for the environment? And I guess the growing public interest in healthy lifestyles, in plant-based proteins, fermented food, really create a good environment to accelerate such a development. So in research, there's a lot done in this space. There is research smart packaging solutions to decrease food waste. What kind of technologies could be used to produce alternative foods, like, for example, meat that is based on algae proteins? So these are all questions that science is really working on, and that the results can really shape the direction of the food system transformation. And now I guess we should move forward to some examples from science, dive in a bit more into concrete research projects. And I would like to hand over to Joan Onate Narciso, a postdoctoral fellow, a postdoctoral researcher of ETH Zurich that is part of the Future Food Initiative. Thank you very much. And then I will share my screen.
Okay, thank you, Brida.
You're very welcome.
I will share my screen now. Can you see it?
We can see you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to present a broad topic wherein my current research is based on. So I'm Joan Onate Narciso, and I'm a Future Food Fellow at ETH Zurich. And today I will be talking about ancient grains and underutilized crops for food security. So currently 75% of our food supply comes from 12 crop species and only 5 livestock species. And so if something like a pandemic or climate change happen, we will be in big trouble in terms of feeding our population. So Brida mentioned about the Green Revolution. So with the Green Revolution, it's a double-edged sword. It helped feed the population, but at the same time, farmers abandoned cultivating ancient grains or traditional crops in favor of high-yielding one. So now I'm here to promote ancient grains and underutilized crops because their consumption can help us improve food security, address climate change such as drought. It also promotes access to better nutrition and generates income opportunities for small and medium scale farmers and their families and communities. And last but not the least, consumption of ancient grains and underutilized crops helps conserve plant genetic resources and endangered foods. Because what we do not eat vanishes forever. We have to eat them to save them. So these are some of the challenges facing farmers that are or people involved in ancient grains and underutilized crops production. Currently, we have a lack of nutritional value and profile analysis of these crops. That is why we don't know how to promote them to more consumers. We also do not know how to maximize their nutritional and health benefits. What are other products that we can develop out of them? We also face challenges in finding a market for these crops. How do we promote them to consumers? How can they be consumed in a global scale but still respecting the local traditions or the local cultures that grow these crops? We also have limited knowledge about their stability after processing and how long they last after harvesting, so post-harvest storage. And how can we enrich the livelihood of farmers who traditionally cultivate these crops? And lastly, how can we conserve these genetic resources? How do we stop them from being forgotten and from being extinct? The reason is these ancient grains and underutilized crops, they contain genetic resources that we can use to help improve current varieties that farmers now grow worldwide in terms of, let's say, drought tolerance genes, how they can salinity tolerance genes. So these traditional crops have these genes that we can use for breeding programs. So currently I am studying an ancient Philippine grain called kabog millet. It is an ancient grain grown in one province in the Philippines called Cebu. And the Cebuanos have been cultivating this crop even before the Spanish colonizers arrived in the Philippines in the 16th century. So what are the things we don't know about kabog millet? We don't know its genetic similarity with other proso millet varieties. We don't know its optimum condition under which it grows. And before my postdoc research, we don't know its nutritional value and its protein content and how it is digested in the gut and what are the phytochemicals present in kabog millet. So these are the things that I want to study in my research at ETH. So why is there a need to study kabog millet and other ancient crops? It's for us people because ancient crops have vast untapped health benefits as staple crops. It's, as I mentioned before, it's also for plant conservation and breeding. These are sources of genetic resources for improved breeding of current varieties that we now grow. And for climate change adaptation, So kabog millet is a member of a family of the most drought-resistant cereals called C4 plants, and it is also for the environment. Kabog millet does not require fertilizer, it's not susceptible to pests and diseases, so it's good for organic agriculture. So what is the future for ancient grains and underutilized crops? So we envision that we can reintroduce these crops by creating market for specialty products. And hopefully people will rediscover them by being informed of traditional recipes and customs that make use of these crops. We also hope that the cultivation of ancient grains and underutilized crops can provide robust incomes for small and medium-scale farmers due to their independence in the global market of major crops. And we can also preserve artisanal mills and bakers due to diversification of raw material and raw products. And hopefully we can rediscover the different accessions and genetic resources stored in gene banks. By studying ancient grains like kabog millet, we can take advantage of their unique nutritional profiles for more sustainable plant-based diets and as new protein raw materials. We are hoping we could collaborate more with kabog millet farmers and other ancient grain farmers and support them in their livelihoods so that we can revolutionize the food system, starting from the seeds and farms up to valorization of waste. And hopefully, these ancient grains can offer solutions to global food insecurity. So I believe that food systems and feeding the world should be a global revolution, and that we should all be partners in this endeavor, and that no one is left behind, especially our farmers. And hopefully we can establish better food systems to address the limitations of existing ones. So Alexandre mentioned about the industry challenges that they are now facing, like biodiversity loss and climate change. Hopefully ancient grains will help address these issues, and also about the alternative proteins, fermentation, and diversity. I think ancient grains will find a niche in these ecosystems. So with this, I would like to thank the Future Food Fellowship for the support, and I'm very happy to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joan. So I suggest that we do have time for questions in the very end. And now we move on to Jean Curie, Professor of Food Science and Engineering. So Professor Jean Q, could you unmute yourself and share your screen, please? Thank you.
Oh. Wait a minute.
And now it seems to work. Yeah.
Can you see that?
Yes, we can see your screen and also your face. Perfect.
Okay. This is Jean Curie, and I'm a professor at Iowa Women's University, and of course I'm running a very small company last year, and the name is Shupep. But anyway, today's topic is about the science situation about this alternative food and novel food, right? So over here, I brought out some cartoon about the meat substitute. And usually the people would like to love just meat because of the texture and nutritional value, but people are concerning about some negative health things and also environmental and ethical impact. That's the persons are also concerning about that one. Maybe people bring out the solution to solve that problem is that maybe use of a new meat substituted or alternative protein. But they look like very modern, but that is starting from a very old time. But maybe over here, why that is needed. That topic is very well known, and the avoiding a meat and dairy products is one of the biggest issue, and we should reduce the environmental impact according to recent scientific studies that is done by one Oxford research team, and then beef would be pointed out as the biggest carbon footprint. So with the growing demand for protein and interest in the plant protein is also rising, right? Because of the health issue and food safety and the ethics and sustainability, and also people are also suffering about the allergies. So maybe people are also focusing on the financial issues, like they got the big opportunities. But also very later time, like 2040, people mentioned that maybe conventional meat supply will drop by more than 33%, and that it will be replaced by novel proteins or cultured meat. So nowadays, people's finding out what is a starting point. So soy and pea proteins are now good competitors in the world of these new alternative proteins, and but way isolated is coming a dairy product, but people's very familiar with that, and with a very good production cost. Also, soy and pea, that is also good competitors. So nowadays, people's having a big interest in that two materials. Also, micro-isolate, that is coming from a fungi, but cost it is coming somewhat high. Also, the cricket, like the insect proteins, are also another one, but still very high cost for production is needed. Also, people's still not familiar with that one. Also, cultured meat is the same situation. The price for production is very high, but people can acceptable for in terms of the issue of the animal fare, but they are not still familiar with that one also. So the demand for a sustainable food and increased consciousness of a health and well-being, as well as other social changes that will create a new opportunities, right? So novel food, that is a good way to go. But another things we need to consider is that we are eating a food because of we can get a good pleasure also, right? And nowadays, new aesthetics mentioned that the taste would be the very big and the main driving force, moving to the plant-based protein. And the 50% that mentioned about taste would be the very, very important things. Nutritional value, that is very, very important, right? But the thing is that people would not buy that one because that is very good for, only good for a health. If that is not taste, people would not choose it. That is the problem. So maybe you guys are very well familiar with that company, like Impossible Food, and some other, what should I do? And nowadays, people are also developing a new meat structured by the help of a new technology, such like 3D printing and some other. Also over here, we are also one of the competitors in that industry also. The things I'd like to mention is that for the future food, where it is coming from is very, very important. Maybe that is quite well related with the sustainability issue, with the environmental things. But the thing is that if we got a novel food, that can be that they can sustain in the market. That is also a important things we need to consider. So main driving force, that one is that maybe I would like to point out, taste could be the very important things in that industry. So by hopping over many fields such like artificial protein and some other technology like robotics and safety, and even we should think about the waste, how we can do it. That is the main element for the food tech. But future food, that is could be everywhere in the maybe in the very recent, very very soon, very coming soon, very sooner or later we're gonna get it everywhere. So ubiquitous such a system is very needed, and alternative food and novel food will occupy in that places. So future perspective for my talk is that we should think about where they are coming from and where they can be produced, and how they can make it as a real product. Also, how they can be developed and how they can be distributed in the market. Everything is very important. So the thing is that sustainability issue, we should think about the environment. That's very, very important. I totally agree with that. The other thing is that they really can sustain in the market. So really people can buy. That's also very, very important. So lastly, I previously I showed you many startup company and the big companies are working on developing a new alternative that's good for the nutritional value, but we should think about they are really good for taste. That's very, very important. So some scientists, he mentioned that consumer, they will adopt a plant protein, but in an authentic way, but that allows into a just recognize as a just plant protein. Also, great diversity would be very, very important in terms of the texture and taste and flavor. And nutritional value is the every time we should consider. And together with that, identify what the scientific specific needs of this every consumers will be. Every time we should think about people really can buy it. So that will be my last slide about my name card. To with that, and they're my supporter for my research so far, and I'm so happy to be with you to discuss about these important topics. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Jin-Kyu. Then I suggest, I think you can stop sharing your screen so we can again see all the participants in the round. So first of all, I would like to give some time for questions regarding the presentation. Regarding the presentations, does anyone have a question to Joe, Narciso, or Professor Jin-Kyu?
I have a question.
Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Benjin Kim. I have a question for Joanne. And since our the question 2, where does science stand and how does it envision healthy nutrition, is our topic right now. And I want to ask Professor Juan what your thoughts about what defines healthy food. I mean, what is a healthy nutrition?
Okay, that's a very good question. So for me, I will put it in the context of my research. So for me, kabog millet is a highly nutritious cereal grain because it is rich in protein. It has good essential amino acid profile, and it is also rich in carotenoids, all those phytochemicals, carotenoids, vitamin E, phenolic acids, and also when you perform the let's say antioxidant activity of this samples or kapog millet, it performs well in antioxidant activities. So that is where I would frame it based on my research. I cannot say in total because I wouldn't have the complete picture. So based on my research, kabog millet is a highly nutritious food because of these factors that I mentioned. So I studied different components of kabog millet, and it performs well in comparison with rice, for example, because we want this kabog millet to be an alternative to rice, especially in rice consuming countries. So you know that rice is nutrient deficient in many ways. It's in many aspects, and we want the farmers to have a choice of what they can grow as a more nutritious alternative to rice. So that's how I see it. Hopefully I answered your question.
Thank you, Joan.
Great, thank you. So maybe this question could also be interesting to give to Professor Jeong Sang. What is, in your opinion, healthy nutrition? You're still muted. I have to unmute yourself first.
Yeah, the baseline is the healthy nutrition is quite balanced one. So as you may know that if we increase the protein composition of the food, we may have some suffering from the gout, right? So what is the balance? So some people are saying that below the 10% of protein, and some, as Joanne mentioned, that some essential oils or any the antioxidant active ingredient should be in the food. That can be the balanced food as well. So I want to always when I have any question from the audience, I'm trying to answer with my personal opinion. So what is the best? That is, if we taste is good, sometimes it sometimes it can be a very extremely bad, but basically if we feel good, I think that is the balanced nutrition to our body. That's my simple question, a simple answer to you. Okay.
To move forward to Professor Jean.
Right, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I can.
I think she's having some problem with the connection.
I guess Brida would like to ask the same question to the Dr. Jin Kyu.
Yeah.
I'm back. I'm very sorry. I think I lost connection. Everything was frozen. Yeah, sorry. Now, to come back to the question about protein intake. So if I understood it right, I mean there's a balance on how much protein should be consumed, also in order to keep the gut healthy. And now if we talk about plant-based proteins, Professor Jin Kyu, how do you take into account consumer behavior in your research in terms of how do you make sure that the plant-based proteins are really here as a replacement of current protein intake and not as an additional protein source to the animal protein we already consume, which is mainly in industrial countries that people already do have quite high intakes of protein. Could you comment on that?
Yeah, so maybe it's very hard to answer that question, but anyway, the things we need to consider for that issue is that maybe nutritional value, maybe some amino acid can be just deflected in the plant. That's very usually well known for that issue. So people are just adding some amino acid or some other additive to complete that issue, to get the complete protein for our body consumption. But the thing is that nutritional value, we are not just getting just energy, right? So we should think about what we are eating. So, but when you are eating, that's overall processing. We are just making a food in a small size to get it digest very well. But people are just doing that job. They are now enjoying and they got the pleasure from that processing. So the things that maybe nutritional value, people can get it more or less very compatible with just animal things. But the things we need to consider is that people really want it or people really want to take it. That is a problem. So maybe that issue, maybe the topic, I'm just a little bit off from that, but I should point out, taste, we should consider that things. Otherwise, that product will be just kicked off from the market. So we should think about those two issues for developing a alternative proteins. So that's what I would like to tell you. But nutritional value, maybe McKinsey report they mentioned that we are just getting just a standard as a make a protein as just a one PDC state, that's a protein digestibility things. And we are just comparing that issue with the other protein. They are more or less closer, but people would not just get it only for just a fuel, right? So that's what I have it as a just answer.
Thank you very much. Does somebody in the audience still have a question or thing to comment on? If this is not the case, then I would wrap up the discussion. I just saw that I have a bit more time. Then I would ask one last question, I guess, to the representatives of food industry. So we've heard from Joan that kabok millet could be an alternative to rice. We've also heard from Professor Jing Q that there are different ingredients that can be used as protein alternatives. And that really means that the diversity in raw materials that need to be processed would really increase. I mean, for now, our diet's mainly based on wheat, maize, soy, and rice. So how is industry prepared to process and handle a much larger diversity of raw materials? Is somebody in the audience that could comment on that?
Brother,
you
yes.
Go on.
I'm not gone. I should.
So, brother, yeah, brother, you talking about the production perspective?
Yes, the production perspective. I mean, you instead of 4 main ingredients for many food products, and suddenly you would end up with many more raw materials. How are you prepared in the industry to handle this and to adapt to a larger diversity?
Right. My background is not from the production side. I'm more like a marketing or facilitating. But what I learned from the Impossible Food Beyond Burgers, they are making a ingredient first to fit into current productions. So their manufacturing system or for their raw material is targeting to current system, so not disrupting any production as is we have as a food industry. So they are targeting making ingredient first that's ready for feed into current system. That's I understood. about production side. But if I can add one more thing about this discussion, I understand this. This is not a question, it's probably just a comment. And I heard a lot of talk about is taste, but taste is really taste. Is it all depends on personality, I think. Is all very hard to targeting and marketing into specific taste from the alternative protein. So my experience with sampling the Beyond Meat at the conference, like we have 300 people last year in the one hotel, we served the Beyond Burger as a steak. And some of them is, oh, taste the shit. I don't like it, because they are expecting the taste like a meat. But some people feedbacks from the vegan, they are expecting something different. They have run away from the taste like a meat, taste like pork, taste like beef. They are getting used to it, the taste with a mushroom or taste with a other plant-based just recipes, rather than following the beef taste, beef steak or hamburger patties. So what I learned from that sampling is people are really, really different. Personality, taste is so different. So how to market it is a storytelling. So Beyond Burger, Impossible Burger, they are targeting not the vegan, or they are not targeting someone who would like to avoid the meat. They are targeting like a meat eater. So what they are trying to is making us some juicy, tasty out of the burger and out of the sausages. And there's a specific recipes, it worked very well. So it's, for example, OmniPerk from the Hong Kong is they targeting to Chinese top wonton. And the meat in the wonton is, it doesn't matter about the taste at all. Actually, the soup is the controlling all the taste of that recipes. So is it still, we are in the pace of the transforming from the raw ingredient, but I think the production or recipe market is not that different. We have to fit in. It's already ready, and we can just introduce a new ingredient. It's still workable, I think.
Good, then thank you very much. I guess we are running out of time, so I would now hand over the word to Alex Bastos again for the last question. Thank you very much.
Just check the connections here. All right. So let me share my screen. Okay, can you see a black screen?
Yes, we can.
You only see the black screen.
All right. So yeah, we'll talk about the next question, and just to set the scene, right? So it's really about the pathways, you know, to the future. And you know, when I was thinking about this as a way to introduce the topic, and we've been talking a lot about you know, some of these things here, you know, as we think about the future of food, right? So we see these big consumer trends, right, out there, and I'm sure that you know, you probably don't see anything which is new here, right? Like naturals, we talked about that. People are looking for, you know, kind of back to the roots, and getting, you know, products that are, you know, labeled as natural. We talked about sustainability. We see that you know, we have to come up with ways to make the whole you know, food system more sustainable. Emmanuel not Emmanuel, the CEO of, Emmanuel Faber, the CEO of Danone, he said very, very, very correctly that the system is completely broken and something needs to be, needs to happen. If you think about the amount of waste you see in the food industry, so it needs to be more sustainable. We just talked about health and nutrition, so we see that as well, that the consumers are looking for more than just, let's say, get their basic macronutrients. They are looking for, food for health as well. Traceability is there, where is my food coming from? Can I trace it back to the origins? Can I buy from my app, right? Can I do everything digitally? And of course, is this affordable, right? And then finally, well, from the Givaudan side, we have to say that, the taste is part of, a key element in all this. What we have seen is that while in the past you would have like one trend actually going more strongly, these days we see that the consumer, and we are there as well, we are like these strange, creatures that we want everything. And some of these trends, they are not matching each other. So if you just think about naturals and sustainability, you start having some challenges there, right? Affordability is also like with naturals, we know things will be more expensive. We know that. We talked about, going back to like ancient grains and all of that. But if we don't have like a critical mass of consumption, it's very hard for the industry to adopt, some of these ideas that they need to happen. So you almost need like a coalition to make that happen. And we go back again to that idea of working together. So when we look at these trends, right, again, if we are thinking about the path, to the future, how can we get there? What are the ideas that help us to address this? We have to go to the consumer because these are the things that they are asking. So the question we have is, what are the avenues for the future food and food-related services? You can think about many things here, and we talk about them, right? We talked about upcycling, right? We talk about waste management. We talked about fermentation. We talked about blockchain. So all these are, to me, ways that can get you there. But then we'll hear our next speakers here. They will talk about two ideas on how we can actually solve this and actually address, those consumer trends. So with that, I pass on to the next speaker, and we can hear, what the idea is about. And I need the Swissnex team to tell me who is the speaker, the next one.
It's Sahil. Sahil, you're up.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much for the introduction, Alexander. I'm gonna share my screen as well. Okay, can you hear me? Just waiting for. Okay, very good, because I'm not using my own computer, so everything's a little different today.
It works.
All right, so let me start on my topic with a rather global perspective again. I like to look at our planet from afar, because this way it becomes very clear that that the area we have on our planet is actually limited. So the habitable land that we have available on planet Earth actually to this date is already used up to 50% by agriculture. And we have talked about this topic earlier in other talks. So I think this one fits in really good there. So it has been mentioned that it is important now that we find ways to produce more food with less area. because it seems like we are running against a wall here. We cannot, or we should not use up any more land in order to produce our food. So I'd like to do a little comparison of different foods and the area they use to be produced. So if you produce chicken meat, it takes up around 1 square meter every year to produce 30 grams of chicken meat. So if you produce soybean on the same area, also within 1 year, you can harvest around 250 grams of soybeans. So the solution that I am going to introduce to you now is not chicken, and it's also not soybean. It's a new plant called wolffia, or also water lentil, which is a more general term for this kind of plants. And by growing wolffia in our lab at ETH Zurich, we have been able to have yields of 90 kilograms per square meter and year. So in comparison to chicken and soy, this is obviously a lot more, but it's important to look at the ingredients, at the nutrients that we have in it. And one of the most important nutrients contained in wolffia is protein. So the factor of wolffia compared to soy is that we have 20 times more protein per area and time than soy. Now this the numbers that I'm using here are numbers that we have taken from our own research at ETH Zurich, and it needs to be said that it's not they were not grown in a natural environment, but in a very controlled environment in optimal conditions. So if you grow wolffia in nature, it may be only factor 10 times more protein, which is still very high. So you might ask yourself, what is the magic behind these very high numbers? It actually consists of 2 parts. So first part of the magic is the way the plant grows. The plant grows in a vegetative reproduction mode, which is much more efficient than the conventional cycle of crops that we use. The second part of the magic is that the plant contains up to 50% of protein in its dry weight. So these 2 factors combined, they yield this very high amount of protein per area. Wolffia does not only contain protein, it's also important to be said that it is a complete protein that they contain. That means that it has all the essential amino acids that we need for our human nutrition. We have omega-3 fatty acids. Even though we do not have a lot of fat in it, it's a very good high quality fat. We have a lot of fibers, and we also have micronutrients such as iron and a broad range of vitamins. The way this crop is being grown, or at least in our production system, is as follows. As you can see on the screen, it is a so-called raceway pond, and it's a closed system, which means that we have no runoffs of water or fertilizer into natural ecosystems, and this also enables us to save approximately 90% of water compared to other protein crops, even though we are talking about a water plant here. So it can be used in a wide variety of ways, either as a fresh green, like salads or so. It can be blended into smoothies, or just, as I said, as salads, or even cooked. The first one was supposed to mean that the greens can also be cooked. Then we can also dry the wolffia, and it could be a potentially very important ingredient for sport nutrition, for meat alternatives, or for healthy snacking. So with this, I thank you for your attention. And I'll stop the screen sharing.
Thanks, Cyril. Great. So we can go directly to the next one. It's Beijing Kin on Avocado Lab.
All right. Do you guys see?
Yes.
The screen?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
You just need to put on a presentation mode.
Wait a second. You guys see my presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
It's on screen.
All right. Hi, my name is Benjin Kim. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Avocado Lab. I'll just briefly tell you about how we are changing the restaurant industry with robotics and AI. And let's start. So we make better kitchens with robotics and AI for the quick service restaurant industry. The picture behind is our first robot. It's a pan frying robot that cooks steaks. We served 400 people for 2 days last year, and the outcome was very successful. We proved that actually robots can cook complex meals very well, and I'll tell you more about our robot in the later presentation. So we are currently a team of 11, and we are mostly from Samsung, FANUC, and Seoul National University, for like top class engineers. And I think we are really crazy enough to make the future happen with robotics. So I'll tell you a story about how we started this company. Me and my co-founder was roommates for a year and a half. And we always shared this disappointments whenever we ate out, that the food quality was not good enough and the price was too high and the ingredients they used was too low quality ingredients. And it was not just two of us who thought like this, especially those in 20s and 30s or more, they all wanted good food. But actually, it was very hard to consume good food in the restaurants. The reason is because initially, restaurants focus on good food, hospitality, and good customer experience. But everyday work is actually repetitive, uncreative, and painful jobs. So here's a picture of a kitchen. I hope everyone knows what Shake Shack is. Actually, I personally have experience in working in Shake Shack restaurant in Seoul. As you can see, there are like so many people in kitchens. There are like 20 to 30 people at the same time working in the kitchens. And actually the founder of Shake Shack keeps emphasizing the value of Shake Shack, which is hospitality. The founder, Danny Meyer, says that he wanted to make a fast food brand, a fast casual brand that focuses on hospitality, not compensating the quality of food. But for me as a kitchen staff in Shake Shack, it was very hard to provide hospitality to customers because imagine cooking like 50 patties at once and like French fries for 100 people at the same time. The kitchen works were too hard for me. So it was not just for Shake Shack, and other restaurant brands were telling us how hard it is to work in the kitchens. Some were telling us that staffs who do hard labor like grills or frying are the ones who quit the most. And some told us that the kitchen is the last place you want to work in. And some were struggling that their high-skilled chefs spend like 3 to 4 hours every day just checking the inventory. And when I was in Shake Shack, every week there comes 1 or 2 new employees every week, but they quit. Most of them, like 70 to 80% of them quit due to hard labor. So this was the first problem. But why in 2020 is this becoming a problem? It's because staff-related costs are rising high. Minimum wages in major cities such as London, New York, and Seoul is rising in average 33%, and the staff missing rate is up to 40% in the QSR industry. And also the turnover rate is up to 150%. So overall, the staff-related costs are rising high, so the restaurants are not possible to sustain, are not possible to give this hospitality or good food to their customers. So what we are doing is that we are providing robotic kitchen as a service that works automatically to the restaurants. So last year we made this pen frame robots, and we proved that actually robots can cook complex meals very well. And we collaborated with this chef whose name is Jim Jang. And he mentioned that our robot did its job as one grill section chef. And the quality of the steak was even better and more consistent than a human chef. So now we are proving that our robots can be actually used in real kitchens. So we just opened a delivery-only restaurant in May. So we are developing 5 new robot modules, dispensing rice, dispensing vegetables, and dispensing sauce, and etc. And we are planning to make 5 concept kitchens until 2022, which is, first one is bowl food, which I just showed you. And the second one is fried chicken and burger. Third one is pizza. Fourth one is ramen and pho. And fifth one is cafe. So our vision of Avocado Lab is to provide better eating experience with technology to this society. Thank you.
Thank you, Beijing. So yeah, very interesting. And we saw here 2 examples, right? One working on cultivation, new sources, trying to get more alternative nutrients for the world. It's also about sustainability. That's what I heard, on the first speech. And then the second one, of course, it's all about digitalization, robotics, and how you can, make things even more affordable, right? But still work with fresh food. So again, we see solutions going to the, back to what the consumers are claiming. Maybe I open now for specific questions to the speakers. Anyone, any question?
May I ask something to Cyril, please? So how does the wolfia taste like, since now we were talking about taste just a few presentations ago. So how does it taste like?
Yeah, very good question. Thank you, Joan. And I'm surprised that you have never tasted it, since we both work at, or have worked at ETH Zurich. So the taste actually really depends on how you consume it. If you consume it fresh as a salad, for example, and the taste is very mild, and it's comparable to, I would say, to lettuce, to just conventional green salad. However, if you dry it, then there's a much more intensive taste. It's then comparable to wheatgrass. Don't know if you're familiar with that, or with matcha tea, which are also, of course, ground leaves of a plant. This is where the similarity in the taste comes from. Yeah, and then what I see, where I see the greatest potential is actually in extracting the protein out of the plant and feeding it into the food industry. However, I'm also very excited about new crops and new varieties also in our foods. So I hope that it can also be established as a whole, as a plant per se, which also has a very interesting appearance and mouthfeel. So I think it's going to go in both directions.
Thank you.
Any other question to the speakers?
Can I ask you about that new crop? You just mentioned here the earlier the Professor Jung Sang mentioned about the food can be to the drug or cosmetic ingredients. Any possibility you can expand not only for their consumption but also other uses?
Yes, potentially yes. So there's a lot of healthy stuff inside the plant, which of course also is very valuable just by consuming it as a food. So you could also concentrate it in order to make more of a pharmaceutical out of it. There is also an interest from the side of the I say of the for example, skincare and stuff like this. However, it turned out that we do not yet know if there's any compound into the plant that could really benefit the cosmetic industry. Sorry, that's the word I was looking for. And in terms of marketing, it would be very well accepted already. So this is why I'm very often addressed by these companies, but we do not know yet if there's anything in it that could really benefit.
Thank you.
Okay. Another question from the group?
I have a question to Cyril. How did you find out about the new plant? I mean, was it by accident or were you researching about it?
That's actually a funny story. So during my studies back at the university, I studied ecology, and I was looking for a plant that would grow as fast as possible because I wanted to reduce the time spans between my experiments. And and so I heard about this kind of plant, which is actually the fastest growing flowering plant known on Earth. And then just by experimenting with it, I found out that you could also eat it. And but I need to mention that I was not the first person in the world to find that out, of course. But that's how it developed.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Cyril. And I guess you are taking it forwards here now, or still the same situation?
Of course, we are working on it. The difficulty is, as we have talked about, Alex, the difficulty in this sector of raw materials, as I see it, is the business model, because people are not, or the industries are not willing to really pay much more for ingredients that are just something that could be like a substitute to soy protein or pea protein. We have seen the graph earlier. So the difficulty, in my opinion, lies there. And maybe, Joan, what is your opinion about this? Because you're also working with the same intention, right, to introduce alternative crops. And what do you think? How are the good business model being developed in the end about this?
So to be honest, I have no idea about the business side. But currently, the thing is, I have interviewed kabog millet farmers, and the problem is the lack of, let's say, knowledge transfer between private companies who want to develop these crops, and how they can let's say, collaborate with farmers. And that's one side. And also how to promote these products to consumers. That's another side. Because once we have the market, once the consumers know that they are going to pay more for something that is more nutritious, for example, then I think what I see now is the lack of market. One of the challenges that we are facing is the lack of market. How can we promote it in a more global scale? That's the thing. So that's why I was studying the nutritional value of kabog millet so that we can help promote this into more people. Now they know that it's nutritious. So these things. So the nutritional value is also important to market them to more people. So that's how I see. I have no idea about the business side. Um, but the challenges that we are facing right now is the knowledge transfer. How can we get the private companies more involved in the development of food products out of kabog millet? And how can the farmers maintain their livelihood while still their crops are becoming more global? So that's why I was discussing about that. How to make these crops more global, but at the same time respecting the local traditions and customs that grow these crops. So sorry, I have no idea about the business side. So yes.
Thanks everyone. This is yeah, I mean, definitely interesting. I'm getting messages here from the organizers. The conversation can go on and on. Well, but I guess we need to stop here. Thank you very much. I give it back to Alessandra.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you everyone for participating and for all the presentations and the questions you asked. Braida, be ready to present the insights of this group in the main room. So we will all go back to the main room so that we can join all the other participants and discuss with them and see what they talked about during this hour and a half.
So, Lynn, can we start with your question because Claudio haven't joined us yet? Are you okay with starting?
Me?
Yeah.
You mean the question for as a moderator?
Yeah.
Or my presentation? Is that?
I think your presentation.
It's always open. If I go.
Hi, Dion. Now you are okay. So
Hi.
I will present myself and then we can start. We can change.
And there I
have. Okay. So welcome everybody. I'm Daniel. I'm from Swissnex, Brazil. I'm Startups and Innovation Project Manager. If you have any problem with technology or if you have any questions, please feel free to chat. And we will begin by the second question because I think Claudio haven't joined us yet. So are you okay, Gian, to start with the second question?
For me, it's fine, but Lynn and Nilofa, would that be okay?
Sure.
All right, perfect. Yep. Then, yeah, let's begin with question 2, and then once Claudio joins after the question 2, let's move on to question 1.
We just have to find someone to report. Does anyone want to put the information on Miro and then report the results? Because it was supposed to be Claudio, and we need to have another person to do that. Does anyone want to do that?
Any volunteer?
Pedro, I don't know if you are talking, but we are not. You are muted.
I was thinking.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will send the link of Miro. Just a second. If anyone wants to do that, because
Yeah, I
I
can
will
do
be
it.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Pedro. Let me just send the link to you. Just a second. Okay. Now it's okay. I don't know if I have to invite you. Let me see.
Yeah, just a sec. One second, I'm just checking if I can edit.
Okay. If you want, you can send me your email and I can send you the invite. I don't know if it needs.
No, I can edit.
Ah, okay, perfect.
So I would take notes on the Miro board, right? That's your
Perfect. That's it.
responsibility. Okay.
So we can start.
So please, Lynn, the floor is yours.
Okay, I'll introduce Nilufar Sharif. If you don't know, she's a researcher at the Institute of Chemical Sciences and Engineering at EPFL. She obtained her BS and MS in Food Science and Technology from Urmia University in Iran, and she then received her PhD in Food Science and PhD in Food Technology from Shiraz University in Iran. And prior to starting her PhD, she worked as a quality control expert in a food production company in Iran. She has been the recipient of the Future Food Fellowship, which is a Swiss science industry program that aims to expand research and education in the area of food and nutrition. And she's currently working on a 3-year project at EPFL to develop intelligent packing technologies. So these days, there are various solutions to transform food waste. For example, in Korea, we take food waste here, capture the gases, and transform into energy. There's companies that make high quality fertilizer from food waste, and there's also companies that take coffee grinds and change it into fertilizer. So there's also companies that make beer from surplus bread. So Ms. Sharif, because there are solutions to transform and or upcycle food waste, do you think consumers and the general public are less inclined to reduce waste themselves because there are solutions to take care of it?
So actually, I thought I will just present at first, and I'm a little surprised about the question.
Okay, yeah. Present first, and then we can go back to that question.
Okay, so may I share my screen?
Yeah, sure.
And just I have to turn off my video because of the sometimes poor connection in my network. Sorry about it. So good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak a little bit about food waste. The issue of global food waste has recently received much attention and has been given high visibility. According to FAO, almost 1/3 of food produced for human consumption, approximately 1.3 billion tons per year, is either lost or wasted globally. If we consider Switzerland, a total of 2.6 million tons, that's 190 kilos per person of food waste is produced each year. 2/3 of this is avoidable. Private households and consumers have the biggest portion, accounting for 39% of the waste. The food industry accounts for almost the same amount of food waste as private households, only 1/4 of which is unavoidable, such as inedible components or residues with no demand, like vegetable peels or bones. Uneaten food leads to extra CO2, carbon dioxide emissions, lost biodiversity, and strain on soil and water sources. So first, let's define what is food waste. Food which is originally produced for human consumption but then is discarded or is not consumed by humans includes food that spoiled prior to disposal and food that is still edible when thrown away can consider as food waste. So what are the main reasons for food waste on the different stages of the food supply chain? First, we can talk about the agricultural production. For example, overproduction due to supply agreements with retail chains or crop damage during harvesting. Second, manufacturing. For example, contamination in production process causing loss of quality or food spoilage due to packaging problems. Third, distribution and wholesale or retail, such as lack of cold storage or interruption of the cold chain or packaging defects resulting in product damage. Fourth, hospitality industry and catering. For instance, oversized dishes, difficulties in assessing the demand, such as the number of customers. And the fifth, the last but not the least, the households, we are as the consumers. I like to speak in depth about this. Lack of planning and knowledge concerning food purchase and storage, impulse purchases, as we know, buying items that are not currently needed, purchasing of new products that the consumer then do not like, inadequate package size, as we see in the market, the oversized ready-to-eat meals sometimes we have to buy, but we don't want to eat all. Poor storage management, for example, inadequate wrapping, confusion about the date labels. Sometimes we don't know what's best before, what is used by. And in food preparation, sometimes some people have a lack of skills for food preparation or poor experience in planning meals, preparing oversized meals, and lack of skills for recombining leftovers into new meals. So what is the solution? First, we have to prevent, and second, we have to reduce the food waste. So preventing and reducing food waste, these two can consider as solutions. Preventing or reducing food waste both are a triple win activity. This solution have some advantages, such as it saves money since less resources are needed, as less waste is equal to the opportunity to feed more people in the future. So we're talking about the hunger. And reduce waste decreases the pressure on climate, water, and land resources. Regarding potential food waste prevention or reducing policies, we can say education to promote the importance of food waste prevention in terms of environmental, social, and economic impact, education to promote behavior changes, encourage food redistribution or donation policies, promote food redistribution to animal feed, incentivize food waste prevention in case of just assigning some prizes, increase research and development, improve food packaging, improve food date labeling, and change waste collection system design. These are the examples of some policies that have the potential to prevent or reduce the food waste. However, it's almost impossible to say there will be any food waste production. Food waste is a part of life and environment, so we have to learn how to manage it after production, how to transform it. In this case, science communities has put enormous efforts in recent years to improve the waste management system or in a better approach to reduce the accumulation of the food processing and agricultural waste. for example, food waste can be considered as sustainable feedstock for microbial fermentation for production of high valuable bioproducts, such as we can say carbonates from wheat, bread waste, and coffee waste. Extraction of valuable bioactive compounds from food processing and agricultural waste. Again, we can say carbonates from sweet potato, tomato, apricot, pumpkin, or peach peels. Or another opportunity, another chance is to produce biofuel or biogas. More popular example is from waste cooking oils in the kitchen. Or biochar production, which used for enhancing the soil quality from food waste such as grains, vegetables, fruits, meat, and fish. To conclude, we should first try to prevent, then to reduce, and finally manage the food waste. But in this case, the consumers play important role so that we finally can have less, prevent, reduce, and then manage the food waste. Thanks for your attention.
Nice presentation. Loved it. So you have 15 minutes to discuss the topic. I have just put some less time because we are a bit with no time. So you have 15 minutes to discuss the topic.
So I guess I'll get into the question I asked before. So, you know, we have all these, there's all these new solutions to transform or upcycle food waste. Like I mentioned before, and you mentioned as well, you tapped on maybe coffee grinds being changed to fertilizer, food waste being transformed into energy and also into, you know, surplus bread into beer. So because of this, Ms. Sharif, do you think that consumers and the general public are less inclined to reduce food waste just because there's all these solutions, and people, maybe sometimes people might think, oh, you know, I don't have to waste. I mean, I don't have to reduce waste because there's people and there's companies that take care of it. What do you think about that?
Actually, as I mentioned in the presentation, our first solution is to prevent to have the food waste. Although we have maybe at the moment we have very advanced technologies, very advanced scientists community who can tell us how to manage the trash, the food waste. But we always have to consider that our priority is to prevent the food waste. And in some cases, let's say most cases, it's not possible to prevent the food waste because as we know, some parts of the foods can't be consumed by the human or even by the animals. So then we have the second solution. It's to reducing the food waste. It can help a lot. And finally, the last option should be thinking about how to manage the food waste, how to transform it. So it needs the government help, the scientists, the academia, that to tell the consumer that how they should manage their food waste in this case. And the last thing should be thinking about the transforming of the food waste.
And speaking about reducing food waste, could you share some current initiatives to reduce waste around the world or what you've come across?
Actually, for example, in my project here in Switzerland, I can just talk about it a little bit. I'm working in designing some sensors to be used in food packaging. As we know, we use the food package to protect the food inside, and so the package itself do its work. But we want to go a little bit beyond it role to extend the shelf life of the product. and to have more safe with high quality products. So in this case, we can help to reduce the food waste as well. We want to have some sensors on the packaging, the food packaging, and by monitoring the status of the food, then we want to eliminate the expiration date written on the package, just to monitor and to see if really this food is safe, is really good in quality, so that the consumer can buy it or not. In this case, we don't need an exact expiration date, and we will reduce the food waste, and we will move for a little bit toward the more sustainability.
Yeah, that's an amazing initiative, and yeah, one of the big problems is that people are confused about these dates. I myself, when I was younger, was very confused about them. Now I know, being in the industry, but yeah, that's something I think would hugely reduce waste at the household level and at the retail level.
Yeah, actually, let me give you a very simple example. Sometimes you go to the market, you pick up a item, for example, milk, a bottle of milk, you check the date, you see that, yes, it's fine, it has the expiration date, but when you bring it to home, open it, and you see that, oh, it's not in the good quality to be consumed. But when you check the date, you see, oh, it's fine. So if we can monitor the real status of the food, real-time status of the food product, we can manage the food waste. And maybe some products that, let's say, after 2 months, we have to throw them away, we can keep them for more time, for example, for 3 months. And so in this case, we can reduce the food waste.
Right. And if anybody has any questions, please just, you can type it into the chat, and we will ask the questions. And last question, and what do you think, what's still missing that can be figured out with better use of technology in this field?
Actually, I want just to talk about the consumer's behavior. This is the part that's missing. As I can say that the academia is doing its role, the industry is doing its role, but the consumer part, it's not their fault. It's our fault in the universities or even in the industry. We have to speak more about the food waste, to give them more knowledge, and then we can expect them to think about reducing the food waste. This part is really missing. We have to share more ideas with the consumers about why we are or why we do have to reduce the food waste. And if they don't know, so they don't care, and that's not their fault. That is ours in academia and industry. So that give the knowledge and then expect them to behave in a way that the food waste reduce, and then talk about the environment, climate. So I think this part needs to be more considered.
Right, I agree. It looks like Hyungjun Lim has a question. Would you like to ask your question here?
Yeah, thank you very much for your interesting presentation. And in fact, I wanted to ask about you mentioned education to promote behavioral changes, and you also mentioned the consumer behavior. And yeah, so to whom and where and how we have to conduct this kind of education. So if there is any tangible example or any plan to do in the future, that's what I want to know. Thank you.
Thanks for your question. For the first part, for the education, so we can talk about the universities. Maybe we need more courses or more study fields, just dealing in depth with the food waste. In case of the technology, in case of the industry, or even in terms of the consumer behavior, the social problems, the environmental problems, and maybe this can be like a new course, new field in the university. And about the consumer behavior, I think if I understand your question, For the consumer behavior, as I mentioned, we have to share our ideas with them. And then we expect them to behave in the case that they reduce the food waste, first prevent, then reduce the food waste. So yeah, these are the things that I can say.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Does anybody have any other questions? Oh, looks like Dante has a question.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dante, and I just had a remark / question about this topic. In terms of food waste, we see a lot of disposals for organic wastes in households. So that would be more towards the downstream process of food waste. You mentioned that we should focus on preventing it, but as you also mentioned that it's unavoidable to some extent. Now, we have a lot of organic waste disposals in Switzerland that households can install and then dispose of it. And that made me think, is it then, can I do the parallel between this organic waste and also normal recycling? For example, paper. So we recycle our paper, we dispose of it in special bins. Would this analogy be correct? And would you see this as being correct? Or should we be mindful about just thinking this and applying some of the solutions to recycling, let's say paper or glass, to food waste?
So if I understand your question, you mean the necessary to separating the food waste from the other? Yes, I think it should be like this. For example, we can consider about food waste and glass waste in the same way, because these are different categories. And so for the food waste, as we know, we don't have only one food, so we decide how to do the disposal. We have different kind of foods and with different compounds, and this is actually a kind of new opportunity so that we can transform different foods to different products that can be helpful in the waste management. Yes, I agree. We have to think the separation of the food waste. It's something different than the others. And I can say it's really a potential, valuable stuff that can and should be transferred to valuable products. Yep.
Yes, I totally agree. Maybe I can add something. Of course, the separation makes a lot of sense. What in an economical and also ecological point of view, it is in pretty any case totally clear that food waste prevention has a much higher impact than optimizing food waste treatment. And therefore, if there are any ways, as you said, to valorize some parts of the food that is endangered to go to waste, valorize it in terms of a food type of food, and so reduce the need to grow other food, then the impact is much bigger than if we go, for example, from incineration to composting, which is also some benefit to use the nutrients again, but it is very low because the benefits of composting or of anaerobic digestion and producing some renewable energy is very low compared to the investment of resources and energy into the production of the food. And maybe the last word to feeding. If it's possible to feed food waste, then it's the best option compared to composting or anaerobic digestion or incineration, or landfill is the worst, of course, if that's possible, but still it's less beneficial than avoiding food waste.
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt. So we have 1 minute left. Let's wrap up everything and go to Claudia for the first question, okay?
So Claudio, the floor is yours. Please start with your introduction for question 1.
Perfect. I'm really sorry for the technical problems, and thank you for adjusting your sequence. So I will share my screen now. Now you should probably see my slide. Is this right? Yes, you can see my slide.
It's a blank screen.
Only a blank screen.
Yeah, blank white screen. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yes,
that's not the
can
goal.
see.
I can see. I try in this case directly to share the PowerPoint.
Yep, there you go.
Okay.
There you go.
Perfect.
Perfect. So, welcome to this quick input presentation for the workshop discussion afterwards. I would like to go first into some example of reasons why produce is left, because in order to prevent food waste, in the end, we need to understand also the reasons why is food waste produced. And if we look at this example, then we can see this is an analysis of bean food waste in the farm, and maize food waste, and potato food waste, and wheat food waste, and differentiating different reasons. And we can see that the main reason here is poor harvest technique, so the blue part. Now, if we look at the countries, this is Guatemala, Honduras, Ecuador, Peru, so it's most developing and emerging countries. And with this, I want to show that the reason for food waste differs a lot on the region, on the country where we look at, and also on the stage where the food waste is happening. And this we can see in the next slide. Here again, we have on the right side, we have mainly developing, poorer countries like Sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia. And we can see here that consumer food waste makes up a very little share of the total food waste, whereas food waste in agricultural production is the main contributor in Sub-Saharan Africa, for example, with 39%. And I can now open also the rest of the graph, and then we can see the more we go in direction of wealthy countries like Europe or industrialized Asia or even North America and Oceania, the more the food waste share at the end of the food value chain, so at the consumer stage, increases. So there is a huge difference in the location throughout the food value chain where the food waste arises. And this has, of course, an impact on food waste prevention measures, but then we have also to consider where the food is wasted is not the same question as who is responsible for the food waste. I can show this on the example of cosmetic standards. So the consumers usually prefer cosmetically perfect products. Then processing and trade react, and they only put the cosmetically most perfect products into the shelves. So they produce norms according to them, the produce go into the shelves. Now the consumer can say, well, I'm unguilty because I'm not offered any products that are not perfect. And trade can say, well, I'm also unguilty because the consumers wouldn't buy it if I put it into the shelves. The consequence is that food is wasted at the agricultural level due to these norms, but the reason of food waste is in a different location, in maybe processing or consumption. Both are involved. So in order to reduce this carrot food waste, all actors across the entire food value chain have to meet and to find a solution and to change something. Also very important is the amount of money we invest in food consumption, which has a direct impact on how much we estimate and appreciate food, and consequently how wasteful we treat it. This is shown in this graph. In Switzerland, people only spend 7% of their entire budget for food, whereas in Cameroon, it's 45%. And so in Cameroon, it's clear that people can't afford to buy more than they need, whereas in developed countries, we can afford. So I think having this in mind, that food waste depends on the wealth level of a country, and that the reasons in some countries are much more on the technological side at the beginning of the food value chain and of know-how. And in richer countries, it's much more a question of consumer expectations and consumer habits. And there also food that is wasted before in the agricultural value chain is linked to consumer expectations. So all actors have to contribute to the solution. So I think this background helps to now discuss the question, what is the current status and available services and technologies helping prevent waste? So I'm very curious to your inputs now.
Okay, thank you, Claudio. So then I'll leave the floor to you. Sanyang, please. The floor is yours.
All right, can you make me the ability to share screen, please?
Yes, Claudio, you could stop sharing your screen,
yes.
and Sanyang could. There you go.
All right. Is
okay,
it okay?
perfect.
Or?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm very honored to have a chance to talk to you today. I'm the founder of Pure Space. We are a startup focusing on extending the shelf life and contribute to the food waste problem. So I'll be happy to share the opportunity and the data we were able to get through the discussions with the companies. And you can see these numbers as just case studies with the big companies in food industry. So I'll be happy to share the details a bit. So from producer side, a company in Indonesia had that problem of 1/3 of complaints from their importers because the shelf life of pineapple was not long enough to satisfy the consumers at the other side of the world. And there's 30 to 40% of food loss in long-term storage in South Korea. And this number is quite similar across the countries. And in transportation, where the country is relatively large, China and US and some other countries suffered quite high level of loss during long-term shipment, which takes about 5 to 6 days sometimes. And in Europe, we were able to get the information that in distribution center, because of the quality issue, the refusal rate was almost up to 50%. And in retails in United States, they suffered daily sales and throwaway rate of 12%. And in many worlds, there's about 10 to 30% of food lost at homes. So the numbers are different across countries, but you can see the number is quite high, and the companies had the issue of relatively short shelf life and dealing with it. So, so there is cold chain that's been adopted in industry, and this is to control the respiratory activity, so the shelf life can be extended. But we fear that there's not much done for ethylene and mold reduction, especially in the storages and transportations. So our goal is to introduce a mechanism that deals with ethylene and mold on top of cold chain, so the fruits and vegetables can be extended even more on top of the cold temperature. Ethylene is a hormone that fruits and vegetables emit themselves as they get ripened, but we were actually quite surprised that not much was done in the ethylene side. So this is a bit of technical detail, but there was high level of ethylene concentration in various storage area. This is the data we got from storage of mixed fruit condition. And during the night, the level went as high as 800 ppb during the night and 100 during the days. And in the paper, it's well known that about 100 ppb of ethylene leads to 30% of loss average, and reducing it to 1/10, it can be reduced to 10%. So this high level of ethylene, and if it is reduced, we think there's a great potential in extending the shelf life even more. So we've been focusing on developing a device that safely and also effectively removes ethylene, and this is based on the catalyst system. So how we view this market is there are two types of treatment that's being done. One is chemical treatment type and also the device type. And chemical treatment type has to be done every time the product comes in. So we thought industry had not adopted every part of their cold chain of using these chemical coatings because they had the operation cost is too high, and using the device would be not beneficial in terms of reducing ethylene. So we think it's important to have a device that's effective enough and also cheap enough to introduce into the system. So we've been testing with companies, collaborating with POCs, and seeing the different results in various fruits and vegetables. So this is the introduction of what we are working on, and happy to discuss further on this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you, Sanyang, and thank you, Claudio. So now we'll move on to the discussion session for this question 1. We'll have 20 minutes for the discussion. So Claudio, please take the lead on it.
Okay. Well, we have seen that food is wasted across the entire food value chain. And we have seen that there are technological solutions that can have a huge impact, as you showed with this example with ethylene reduction, which can, I think that's amazing that it can reduce the shrinkage rate by tenfold. So this could impose that technical solutions could be the solutions maybe for the entire problem, because if products shelf life is elongated, then the difference between offer and demand could be reduced. So my question, do you think, how far do you think that technical solutions can provide the solution to this food waste problem at each stage of the food value chain?
So thank you for your comment. And it's what we are seeing is that it's really helpful if the ethylene reduction is applied all across the value chain. but the problem is usually companies contribute to each sector of the value chain. So only fruit stays for like about a day in the less than day in distribution center, and there's about 3 days, about 1 or half days staying in the supermarket, and this all together stays like 1 month from moving 1 to 1. But this cumulative effect of the shelf life treatment is the problem we are seeing as a startup who's trying to enter into the market. But how to collaborate with each part with the companies would be another side that we will have to solve. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that's. I think that's a good perspective. Maybe do others have an opinion on how far such a technological solution can be the answer, and how far we also need to adapt both retailers' behavior and consumers' behavior?
Yes, I'm Pedro here from Live Up. We are a startup, a food tech that delivers ready-to-eat frozen meals to consumers. And one technological way that we have found to reduce food waste across our chain is to flash freeze our products. We know that's not an ultimate solution for every kind of ingredient and every kind of food, because not everyone that has a cold supply chain established, but it's a way that we could extend the shelf life of our products without needing to go to retails, as we are a 100% online company. So we delivered our meals directly to the consumers. So that was a way that we merged technology in the sense that it is a website, it is an app, and that we talking directly with the consumers, and our main products are frozen meals. So we also extend shelf life through this product technology.
Thank you very much. So on one hand, we can conclude that such technological solutions that elongate shelf life have a real impact that might be especially large for the products that have a short shelf life. So where the short shelf life is also the main reason for being wasted. And on the other hand, we could also assume that maybe if the shelf life is elongated, then the entire system adapts, and the consumer expectations on availability of product variety until to the end of the day might increase. And so on the higher level of expectations, it might lead to the same level of food waste again. So do you think this is a risk? And if yes, how could we approach this risk?
Yeah, I think it's a risk in the sense that not every consumer is ready to change their behavior and change the ingredients that they eat. So I think what you brought about the cosmetically perfect products, we are not addressing that issue for the people that want to buy a perfect, beautiful carrot. So I don't know how technologies could help us to tackle this issue on the food pattern or the perfect visible products.
Yes, so it needs also the tight collaboration with retailers and the kind they offer the products. Maybe we can also make a link to the last question. We have seen there that education and consumer behavior is crucial, and we have seen ways to influence it. Is there a possibility to combine these approaches, the technological approach and then also the consumer expectations and behavior in a way that maybe leads to zero food waste in the end?
I would like to share an experience I had with a startup company who developed a way of installing an image capturing device on top of your food waste bin. It's a Swiss startup. And through image recognition, artificial intelligence was able to recognize which type of food waste you had a tendency to produce even more. And then after, it gives you a report each week on, for example, you wasted 30% of bread, you wasted 20% of potatoes. These are just examples. But this, in my view, could be an interesting approach. This is mostly geared towards the hospitality sector, restaurants and hotels. But that, in my view, could be a solution. I'm not sure if you have any other ideas.
Yes, thank you for this interesting input. This can obviously help a lot to also set priorities and to see which food categories are wasted the most and where does it make sense to focus on, and maybe also invest in developing technologies in the first place to enlarge their shelf life if possible, and if not possible, do you have ideas what could be done? For example, we could say that food categories that have a very short shelf life, we should also only offer an amount that is certainly consumed in the time it is still good, and extend the variety of the offer with products that are storable for longer. Would this be an approach to solve the problem, or is this problematic because consumers expect also the total variety of, for example, berries that are only storable for a very short time?
Pedro, you are muted. I don't know if you are trying to talk.
No, so I'm just like thinking out loud. I think it's very hard to change consumer behavior, but I think businesses must adapt and somehow integrate that in their business models, and that's a little bit what I will share in the third question. But there is no hard answer, easy answer. So I'm just thinking out loud.
For the example that you mentioned, these food waste bins that can differentiate which type of food is wasted. In a similar way, I know an example of a restaurant which had buffets in the morning, and they also monitored their waste and discovered that most of the waste is coming from the buffet leftovers, and especially for the types of that are not stored long, so that they have to waste if they are left on the buffet in the end. And their solution was that in the last hour, they didn't put any fresh products on the buffet anymore, like cooked eggs. Instead, they had one employee in this hour that asked the guests if they want something, and they could order it fresh. So if somebody wanted an egg in the last hour, then it was not on the buffet, but then they produced it freshly for the consumer. And this, of course, was additional cost, this staff for 1 more hour. But in the end, they found that the reduction in product costs were much higher. This would be a combination. It needed some technology to find out what is wasted the most. But then the solution was much more on the management and also consumer expectation side. Are there, do you maybe know other examples where such a solution in the management can help prevent food waste?
So one of the cases that the collaborating companies were trying to adopt with the ethylene removal was to have the demand and supply management, the AI prediction. So for example, the grocery stores had about 8 to 10% of wastage every day, and we were very surprised to see a high number of a lot of fruits being chopped and being thrown away. One solution they were trying to adopt was to have the predictive, more accurate way of predicting their demand on daily basis, because they get delivered the food in daily basis from the distribution center, and this demand and supply matching would be one good solution that we were able to figure out. And this accuracy led them to have reduced the loss of 6 to 5%. And that would be a greater approach, we believe. And on top of that, they were also trying to reduce the loss by ethylene removal. But yeah, that's a great example we were able to figure out.
Yeah, I think integrating supply and demand across the whole chain, it's definitely a good way to better manage the flow of resources and by consequence the food waste across the chain.
And what do you think about technologies to valorize food that is not storable for long, just before it gets bad? For example, if there is a big retailer who also has a restaurant in-house, then they could use, if there are many berries in the evening that are not saleable the next day, then they could try to use them directly in the food service in the restaurant, and then also make something, use them more quickly.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting use, and I think Ling Huan will talk a little about this on the third question, because that's basically the business model of Tamago, as far as I've seen. So that's very interesting.
Yeah, I'll be getting to a little bit of that.
Okay. Well, for the moment, our main question is what the current status is of available services and technologies. So we have seen many different examples that are already working and that prove to have a benefit in reducing food waste. Maybe we can draw the conclusion that the main challenge now is to multiply these positive examples. Do you have any suggestions that how we could increase the speed of multiplying such solutions? Is it enough if there is just the good examples that show it's possible and that motivate other actors of the food value chain to also put in place similar good examples? Or would there much more be a need for example, political regulations or at least incentives to multiply such solutions? What do you think?
I think an interesting parallel would be to take the tech industry. A lot of the GAFA, for example, Google, Amazon, Facebook, they tend to partner up with smaller startups who come with innovative companies and integrate them to their companies. Now, it could be interesting to see if this could be seen in the food industry. For example, a big retailer who would take on a startup. I mentioned the example of image recognition for food waste. Such an integration, smaller startups to bigger corporate. Bigger corporations, that could be interesting to see. The issue of sustainability is growing all over the world, so it'd be interesting to see if we can see an increase in this synergy in the near future.
Yes, thank you. That's a very interesting idea, that small startups prove that a new technology is successful, and then bigger companies that have the broad effect on the large quantities they take up. I think that's an approach that definitively is also possible in the food sector. Maybe, yeah.
If I may, I saw two different perspectives from your presentation. In less developed countries, I think the problem is maybe can be addressed with more technology and agriculture, where we have bigger losses, and in developing countries, the problem is in retail. The problem is in consumption, and the consumption is not only the problem is not only in food, but also the behavior of consumers of consuming more than they need. And specifically in food, maybe you suggested legislation. I think it may be something around legislation, but also trying to create, trying to educate and create new processes, and to teach how small businesses and restaurants and retailers can reproduce and can multiply these good examples. In Brazil, we have all restaurants and all food sector at the end of the supply chain. They have a professional education. We have a very big educational institutions in Brazil who provide knowledge to those businesses, and maybe this can be adapted into their curricula. I think food waste must be it's an important subject that has to be included in the curricula of universities and professional educational institutions, so that the professionals can know how to deal with it in stores, in restaurants, in places like this. I think there is a lot to do in attending and in the relationship with the consumer, and also how you deal with food in your businesses.
Yeah, also industries here in Brazil are responsible for their waste.
Very much. Yes, that's
also industries here in Brazil are responsible for their waste. Like if Ambev, a brewery industry, has some malt bagasse, they have to turn it into something. They are responsible for the waste, and like they use the malt bagasse for food feeding, for animal feeding. So they have to do something with their waste, or they can pay a big money on that. So people here are also, industries are trying to do something with their waste to have some money with that.
Also, I think multiply is important messaging and also PR. through the media. So, then people are aware. So, it's not about just, multiplying, but it's really about changing people's mindset and changing the culture ultimately. So that's also go hand in hand with this kind of, activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, definitely. Sensibilization is not only in education, but also through the media. We can have a maybe not so deep, but a much quicker and broader impact. So both ways are important.
Yes, thank you for the discussion. And now it's time to move on to the question 3, which is also related, which now leads us to the question of citizens' participation and making this moves into a regular one, not the exceptional ones. Now I'll leave the floor to Pedro, who will briefly introduce the topic and introduce the 2 speakers for us. Now the floor is yours, Pedro. You can share your screen if you have one.
Thank you. You can see my screen, right?
Yes, it's good.
Okay, thank you. So as you pointed out, the question here is food waste reduction must be automated goal and solution. However, digitally-led solutions to waste have been developed to overcome the massive amount of leftover from restaurants, catering, and supermarkets. What is currently the citizens' participation? What is foreseen to transform these alternatives in regular, not exceptional options? And following to this presentation, we'll have Lin Yang from Demago and Yong Jun Lin from Direct World Food Program, UN Korea. So Claudio, I also have the same graph that you brought it in your presentation. So basically the food loss and waste occurs differently across different continents according to the development of each region. So we have developing regions with the food waste most focused on production and handling and storage, and food waste more focused on consumption in more developed areas. The key regions that we are talking about here is Brazil, Switzerland, and Korea. So they have slightly different distribution on food waste. But if we want to tackle food waste, we have to tackle throughout the whole chain, and that's mostly what we have already been discussing over here. I took this food recovery hierarchy from the United States Environmental Protection Agency, where they focus mostly on source reduction and feeding hungry people. So making sure these food waste are directed to people in need, then feed animals, and then other uses. I would also want to add another option, which is generating value from food waste problem, exactly on the way that we just mentioned about using PR and using this kind of solutions as a way to differentiate companies from the others. So I think one of the points is that we need to create business models to tackle food waste systematically. I think someone's unmuted, but yeah, thank you. So I think we can create business models that tackle food waste systematically. So the solutions want to be exceptional but permanent, as it generates shared value to the business, to the clients, and to the stakeholders involved. Here it's one example. It calls Banco de Alimentos in Portuguese, would it be food bank. It's an NGO that basically found food donors, then take this food to food institutions to feed people. So in the second hierarchy of that framework that I just mentioned, they're working on making sure that food waste goes to someone who needs it. But when you're talking about the consumers, here's 2 global consumer trends reports, one from Euromonitor and one from Spotify for Brands. 55% of people believe that they can make a difference in the world through their choices and actions, and that even more important within millennials and Generation Z. 75% of them expect the brands to position themselves, participate in debate, promote progressive values, and take a more active role in society. Here, we're not talking about specifically on food waste, but how people actually believe that they can make a change in the things that they believe it's important. And here I brought another example that it calls imperfect fruit, which basically they sell upcycled food, so food that otherwise could be wasted, in the sense that also Claude brought up about the food pattern. They sell these ugly carrots and ugly fruits to people that are willing to buy them and kind of trying to educate in another way of consuming. So there's actually an opportunity to leverage this food waste problem as value and as a factor of differentiation across businesses. And here it's a brief of what LiveUp is doing. I already mentioned a little bit. Our focus is on circular economy and then supply chain integration to create this shared value. And by doing that, almost as a consequence, to improve food waste source reduction and to feed hungry people. So basically, that's a picture of our supply chain. We have the farmers and suppliers, we have sourcing, product development, and central production, local distributor centers, and clients and NGOs on the other end. We produce over 400,000 meals per month based on demand forecasting. So we produce we have a lot of algorithms and data in order to forecast what we're gonna have on demand, and then we produce it accordingly. We had the flash freezing technology, which I mentioned already, and all the non-conforming products are donated through the food bank that the NGO that I presented earlier. Our packaging is they're single portion packaging. So in this picture on the right, so people get exactly the portion that they need in the meal. So also, if they want another package, they buy it and they open up and they eat it. So we also prevent food waste at the consumption level. Our products are based on customer feedback and behavior data, so we don't produce products that won't be eaten. We have a dedicated team of agronomists that share our demand forecast with the food producers, so they plan the crops accordingly, so the farmers know exactly what to plant, when to plant, and for which price they will sell it. So we facilitate decision-making across the whole chain. And during the COVID-19, we implemented a policy of purchasing 1 ton per week of organic vegetables from these farmers and donating it to NGOs to feed hungry people across Brazil. And we've made that as one of the core impact strategy of creating shared value. So we are reducing food waste, but not only that, we are using it as a marketing tool, as a differentiation tool for the clients to understand that we care about this problem, and then using this as a way to convince them that it's worth buying our meals rather than any other company meals. So I think, again, there is a very big potential regarding consumers in order to reduce food waste on cafeterias, on restaurants, and across the supply chain, if we are able to communicate as a way to differentiate businesses. Because I think the citizens are willing to participate if it doesn't make an effort for them to do so. So I think we need to work on education, as we just mentioned, we were discussing previously, but also we need to have an active role in society to people to understand that we are willing to tackle this issue, and then making them more likely to participate. So I think that's a perspective that we want to bring as a direct-to-consumer company. And I'll also leave the stage for Ling Yang and Young Jun Lim. I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce your names right.
Thank you, Pedro. Now the floor is yours, Lynn.
I'll share my screen and I'll kind of go over what we're doing as a startup to tackle this issue in Indonesia. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, all good.
Okay, so as everyone already knows, 1/3 of the food produced in this world goes to waste, and in Indonesia, there's enough food that Indonesia is the 4th largest country in the world, and they're up in the top 5 in wasting food, and they waste over $10 billion worth of food every year, and they waste enough to feed over 70 million people a day. And as you know, a lot of this, it does come from restaurants, bakeries, and grocery stores and retail. And as we talked about before, at farms as well. In Indonesia, 30 to 40% of every harvest is lost. And again, this is all good food that we're trying to give a second chance to and sell on our app. So what we do is we created an all-in-one mobile we help B2B. We do this through B2B and B2C. So, you know, we work with restaurants, bakeries, grocery stores, and farms on one platform. So again, obviously it's less waste, more profits, more customers, and for users, it's a discount on food because most of this is discount. So again, we're was an entrepreneur in food processing. My father and I, we had seafood processing plants in the U.S. I worked in distribution. I worked in import-export, food consulting, and I also imported an American restaurant franchise called the Halal Guys here to Korea, and I operated that as well. I was actually working on bringing more restaurant brands from the U.S. to Korea when I had an intern, and he introduced me to his university friend. That university friend wanted to do a startup competition about food waste, and he asked me to advise him since he had no industry experience. I started advising him and realized that we had something really good, so I convinced him to do this full time. That was 3 years ago, and that was the start of our startup, Tamago. And my co-founder's name is Faras, and he's originally from Indonesia, lived in Korea for 7 years, and he moved back to Indonesia to head our pilot test and operations there. He was also named an Ashoka Changemaker for Asia. If you know, Ashoka is one of the world's leading organizations for young social impact entrepreneurs. He's really well connected, and that's why we were able to get off to a very fast start there. I myself, throughout the industry, saw so much waste when I had seafood processing plants, from the boats to our processing to distribution. We had so much waste. There was times where I probably paid to throw away tons of perfectly good frozen fish that we just couldn't sell because there's too much of it. We couldn't sell it. We need the space in the freezer. I hated doing it, but this is happening throughout the industry, throughout the entire industry, where there's just so much waste, in not just in seafood, but all over production and manufacturing. So basically, we're trying to solve the problem of food waste in a financially sustainable and profitable way by making distribution throughout the entire industry more efficient through tech. And we launched in August in Indonesia. It's only our 3rd month of full operations, and we're starting to head in the right direction, and we're starting to really reduce a lot of the waste. And at the same time, we're trying to create awareness, because awareness is a big issue, as we talked about, and trying to have people more aware and have a different view of what food waste is, and have let them know, what the problem is, so they can reduce waste at home and in the industry as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lim. So, Mr. Lim, I think it's your time now.
Okay. Hi, my name is Hyungjun Lim. I'm the director of UN World Food Program based in Seoul. And I would like to introduce Zero Waste, Zero Hunger campaign we are actually piloting in Korea. Because of COVID-19, lockdown and the reduction in remittances and all the economic problem, COVID-19 pandemic is becoming hunger pandemic. So it's getting really serious, and the poorest people are hardest hit. And number of acute food insecure people could raise from 135 million to 270 million in 2020. Just in 1 year, the number of hungry people are doubled. So in one place, 690 million people in total are going hungry, but on the other side, 1/3 of food in the world we produce are being wasted. So this is irony. And also the 8% of food waste, greenhouse gases are coming from food waste. So it's also a threat to the environmental problem. So, if food waste is a country, it's a number 3 after China and US. And also it causes a lot of high disposal costs and overeating and health problem. So in developed countries, food is wasted on the table mainly, and in the developing countries, food is wasted in the production, storage, and transportation, like many presenters already have talked about it. And also the cost is about $750 billion a year, and with this money, we can actually feed 2 billion people. The WFP is the world's largest humanitarian organization, and WFP's budget is actually only 1% of this total cost of food disposal. So you can imagine, and WFP is feeding 100 million people at the moment, and you can imagine how much we can actually feed. And in Korea, the dining culture, we have so many side dishes, and on average, in one restaurant, one person throw away 882 grams of food into the garbage every day. So this is the what's happening at the moment. So we come up with a zero waste, zero hunger campaign. So it's a catching 4 birds with 1 stone. So individuals, the people are so concerned of their diet, and they spend a lot of money to reduce their weight. So, individual eat only as needed, and achieve better diet and health. And then restaurant can save food waste disposal cost, and the food which was supposed to go to the garbage actually can part of this saved food waste cost can go to WFP and feed hungry, and also we can reduce the greenhouse gases. So this is really by choosing this menu or by participating in this campaign, we can actually help others and also save the planet. So we have 3 different campaigns. Number 1 is Zero Hunger menu. So normally we don't want to waste food, but if you go to a restaurant, there are too much food and you end up, leaving a lot of food waste. So we want to create the Zero Hunger menu, which is actually the size that people can digest. So Yeongju City, they are working on Sunbi World Thema Park, and they actually introduced the Zero Hunger menu. And also Tony Yu is a Michelin star restaurant chef, and he's working on the Zero Hunger menu. So we want to expand this model throughout the different restaurant chain. And model 2 is a food scanning system. We are working with Amazon and the Dongsu University and Busan Metropolitan Government and Nurirep, so the startup company. So it's for cafeteria. So you have your own food, and then you scan before you eat, and then after it you scan again, and the machine, the AI system, and the big data tell you how much food, what kind of food you actually chose, and how much calorie you consumed, and how much food is actually wasted. And also because with this system, you can actually predict the daily portion, the daily food for the restaurants, so that you can have a more accurate predict system. And also individual, by scanning, they are more aware of, and they tend to reduce much less. So we are actually piloting in the AT. It's a government enterprise under the Ministry of Agriculture, and we realized that almost 60% of food has been reduced by doing this piloting. So it's a quite inspiring and encouraging results so far. Another model is we are working with the CJ Jeljjedang. So in Korea, normally the expiration of the the food product is best before, and the law was introduced in the 70s, so it's very outdated. So what we want to do, those food, once they reach this expiration date, they have to throw away. So we are working with it, before the expiration date to sell, lower price, so consumers are happy, and also some portion will be contributed. So we are promoting with the CJL. So basically, these are 3 models we are working on, and we are learning a lot, and it's a still pilot stage. So we want to build a model, a replicable model, then we can go further. So hopefully we want to gain the success in Korea, and we want to expand it as a global model to help end worldwide hunger. Also, this Zero Waste, Zero Hunger campaign, everybody knows climate change is around the clock, and it's a very serious problem, and there's not much individual actually can contribute. But by choosing Zero Hunger Menu or by participating in this campaign, they actually contribute to save the planet. So this is the very valuable choice, not only to benefit myself, but our neighbors and our planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very inspiring presentations. And I think it goes right on the topic about how can we have digitally led solutions to waste and overcome this massive amount of leftover restaurants, catering, and supermarkets. I would like to have a question to Lin Yang. How was the approach to the restaurants and to the, what have worked and what was the challenges of working with the restaurants in order to convince them that it would make sense to selling for a lower price, and how the consumers would perceive it? I think that's a very strong tool that could be well scaled in other countries and other places.
Yeah, so on that B2C part, there's several apps that do this kind of thing. We added a couple more things to make it more value for the restaurant partners. So for the restaurant partners, it's really more value to the ones that have so much untouched food going to waste. Talking about buffets, hotel buffets, places like bakeries and grocery stores that have a lot of different items. KFC is another one, Dunkin' Donuts. So those places, they have a lot at the end of the day. So those places are more willing to do it just because they have a lot every day, and it gives them significant extra revenue. On the, I guess, maybe the negative connotation of being leftover food, we try to call it leftover food, but it's reality is it's saying that it's old. It's the same day food, and 2 minutes ago it was full price. It's just that it's closer to the closing time. So there's no worry about stuff like that, but it's not food that was made this morning and sitting there all day on the shelf, prepared food. It's not that. So, and another thing is at least in Indonesia, they see more value in what we do because there's less food apps that we're competing with as well, because they have to, at the restaurants, they have to manage these food apps as well. And when there's tons to manage, apps like ours that are brand new get lost. So in Indonesia, it's a lot easier because then there's more value. And again, we're working with farms too. So we're also supplying them with discounted fruit and vegetables and produce, and meats. So they are able to get a discount from us, and they're able to sell in surplus as a discount. So it's a extra benefit to them. So it's for us, it's really easy to onboard stores in Indonesia. In Korea, it was a lot harder when we first started in Korea because there was so many different food apps. But in Indonesia, it's a lot easier.
And was there any kind of challenge through any legal perspective or anything like this?
Yeah, no challenges because since we're just a platform, we only work with real restaurants that have the proper certificates and training and licenses. So it's them that has to prepare the food properly, and so they don't have to do anything different. So the only thing would be if some of the restaurants purposely tried to sell rotten food or something like that. So, but that's something we monitor very closely, especially through a review system that we have through users, and we'll approach that and work with that. We'll approach the restaurants with negative reviews right away and take care of it and see what's going on.
Anyone has any questions or any comments to add? Otherwise, I would have a question also for Mr. Lim. You mentioned the city dining center where people would scan the trays before and after eating it. Do you think the reduction was because you were able to measure, or because also people, as they knew that their food would be scanned, they would worry more about having more food waste? So would it be like an education approach as well, a benefit on education as well, or would it be actually because you're measuring or you're more able to see how the chain works?
Yeah, impact is both. It's actually measuring the actual amount of food is being consumed, and also it's education. So we have a lot of different messages on the wall and on the table and on the different places. So people read it while they are waiting or while they are eating. So the amount of food being thrown away is actually harm to global and environmental, and the action they do is actually not only help themselves but the others. So that message is really everywhere in our pilot site. And also now because of COVID-19, people when enter restaurant or different places, they always have to do something, showing QR code or put your phone number, everything to leave your record. So people doesn't have any resistance, doing this one anymore. Before, if it was normal circumstances, people may not like it. But now, because of COVID, now doing something like this is very normal, and there was not much resistance. And by doing this, by scanning, they are actually aware that they have to not to waste the food. And also, we want to go further, so that information is linked to the individual health. So for their diet or their fitness, they can be linked if they agree with the joining this kind of campaign. So yeah, it's both educational, because we don't want to do this one-time campaign. We want to change people's mindset, and ultimately we want to change people's culture, so that food waste is no longer the issue, and then we can actually want to have a sustainable model that can help others and as well as benefiting themselves. Thank you.
It's a very unique way to educate and inspire people. All right. Anyone have any other points brought up? Remember, the question is how can digitally led solutions to waste have been developed to overcome the massive amount of leftover from restaurants, catering, and supermarkets? What is currently the citizens' participation, and what is foreseen to transform these alternatives in regular, not exceptional options? I think we tackled a lot about restaurants and caterings, but not as much in supermarkets. I know Carrefour has an initiative that Act for Food, where they started also to selling this imperfect or ugly food in some of their supermarkets. I think it was in France. Have you come across other initiatives? And I don't know if Damago also works for supermarkets, but are you looking for anything in that sense?
We do work with supermarkets. We just started working with supermarkets, and what we're looking to do now is actually we're starting to supply them straight from the farms. So we're starting to work with a large convenience store chain, and typically they would get it from local markets, which was typically a couple days older. So now we're supplying fresher product, and then also at the same time, so that it has a little bit of longer shelf life. And if there's any surplus, they'll be selling it on our app. So we're just starting this. We're just about to start pilot testing this with one of the largest convenience store chains in Indonesia, probably the next couple of weeks. So we're excited to see how this goes.
So just one question, Mr. Lin. So you said the app is selling the surplus. So is it being delivered or you have to go and pick it up yourself? How does it work?
So for any users that purchase the food from restaurants on our app, it's pickup. So they can see by location what's near them, and then they can also get alerts from their favorite restaurants that's near them. We also allow users to order fruits and vegetables directly from the farms, the ugly ones, and the users can choose the closest pickup points. So we have several pickup points around the city. They can choose the closest. For B2B, supplying our restaurant partners, we deliver them directly to them.
All right. So I'm thinking about how can we scale such solutions and how can we make it mainstream, right? So how can we make these not exceptional but regular solutions? Do you see any barrier, for example, for such app to exist in Europe or other continents on the US or?
Yeah, I think a lot of the developing countries, something like this would be more useful because the system. I know the food supply chain system is broken everywhere, but especially in the developing countries, it's really broken, and that's what we're finding in Indonesia. It's really broken and fragmented. So this is something where we can come right in and make it a lot more efficient. And our tech is not fully ready yet. We're still working on our tech. Our B2B part is not ready yet. Our B2C is. And once we start connecting everything together, we'll try to connect the entire industry and really make it more efficient. And then even if the opportunities are still available in developed countries, like the US, where I'm originally from, we can try to implement this in these parts of the world too, the developed countries, because we can, through our future tech, hopefully make it a lot more efficient.
And we try to reach out to school. So we are now working with, Ministry of Education, and we are, recruiting Zero Hunger schools, and about 8 schools has already, confirmed that they will join. So school is, we can do a lot of education, and actually people can practice. And also it's not only children, students, but also their parents and their teachers. So, the impact is much, much bigger. And the second one is we are working hard on the media side. So we are engaging a lot with the media these days, and they works quite well. And our recent, nomination of Nobel Peace Prize also helped us a lot in this regard. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's just like Mr. Lim said, education, I think, is a huge part, because consumers have no idea what's going on. And you don't know unless you actually work in that part. And I worked in that part, especially in production, manufacturing. You have people that have not seen that have no idea how much waste there is. So I think, education, especially at a young age, I think is going to be huge for the future.
Yes, and working on food waste on schools not only prevent food waste from schools, but also has this educational role that is also being important. So it's a big win-win situation where you teach young people, and then you also solve food waste in schools. Mr. Lim, also regarding the government, so introducing these policies to the government in Korea and other countries, what do you think are the biggest, the easiest ways and the biggest opportunities and the biggest challenges?
In fact, we are actually having one big event at the National Assembly. So we are engaging with the politicians, and we are inviting Ban Ki-moon, and we also want to invite relevant government people, and the politician may help us with introducing new relevant law. And the Ban Ki-moon is such an important figure in Korea, so he's also very committed, because when he was a Secretary General of the United Nations, his two main concerns were the climate change and food. So this is a perfect campaign for him to engage, and he's really willing to help us. So So 26th of November, we are inviting the different private sector, government, media, and also politicians, so that we can form the kind of alliance to work this better, so that the more people are aware of it, and also by system, by the regulation and the different institutional things, we can even further promote. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Very inspiring, very complete solution. So I think from the discussion here, what we have, some conclusion would be that the power of education, and because it's very important for people to know better about the problem and start to act on it, and on collaboration. So either through apps or through multiple stakeholder campaigns that involve the media, the private sector, the government, NGOs, to solve this problem across the chain. So I think that would be the main conclusions that I get it from it. So if anyone would like to add other points or other point of views.
I just wanted to add a comment. Having more awareness in food loss would be a great approach. The experience with our company is that grocery chains have a huge purchasing power, but because the loss occurs usually at the end of the chain, so the customers are the ones who's getting the loss. But since customers are not really aware of the food loss problem, some companies say that they're not incentivized enough to invest more in food loss problem, because usually the food comes into their house and then goes to customers. So the vendors are the ones who suffer, and because they only have to refuse at distribution center, and loss occurs a bit in supermarkets, but it's enough, they can suffer the loss, and the shelf life reduction is passed through customers, and the awareness of customers will probably lead them to invest more in reducing the food loss problem. That's the kind I wanted to add on for the personal experience.
Very good point. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you all. As Daniel wrote in our chat, could either Claudio or Pedro share your screen of the Miro webpage so that everyone can see and contribute on what to add or what to take out? And then we'll discuss about the Miro for the next 10 minutes. And after that, we will be sent to the main room for the whole briefing of the event.
Claudio, would you like to do it, or would you rather let me share it?
Claudio, you're on mute, so we can't hear you. Sorry.
Sorry. Yes, you asked me before, so if you want, I can do it.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, either Claudio or Pedro can present in the main event for the others to see what we have discussed.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see the screen now?
Yeah, we can. So let's begin with question 1 and quickly move on from question 1 to 2 and 3. And everyone can freely join and tell us what they think we could add in each section. Claudio, could you move to question 1 and show us the first blank?
Here we have question 1. First, we have problems, opportunities, challenges. Shall we go through it, or do you just want to look at them and write inside yourself?
I think only Pedro and Claudio are connected right now to Miro, so anyone can just speak up and you can write it down,
Okay.
Claudio, for us. Thanks.
So anyone has any other insights or highlights about question 1?
Maybe
I will
we,
also send the Miro. Yeah, perfect. So if you want to join Miro also to see the whole result, feel free to go.
well, how much time do we have for all 3 questions?
To move on.
Because we could also go through the notes, maybe then it's easier to have
Yeah,
ideas
so
what we could add.
the final presentation will be about 5 minutes for each group.
And now we have 6 minutes left, is this
Yeah,
correct?
I think
Yes.
a bit more because some other groups are a bit behind us, but yeah, about 6 minutes, 7 minutes.
I think we can have like major conclusions on each of the 3 questions and then think about the conclusions within the 3 questions.
Mm.
So I think for the first one would be, for the first question, was about what you brought, Claudio, about the consumer perfect, cosmetically perfect products and how education is important, and also how the extended shelf life is also a very important tool for the supply chain to work better, function better.
Maybe also the length of the supply chain that makes it more difficult to avoid food losses. So systems with direct marketing or like direct agriculture or buying directly at the market or at the farmer's place also can be a solution to make just the gap between demand and offer smaller.
Yes, like shortening the supply chain, right?
Yes. And maybe the combination, on one hand, we can optimize the prediction models. So if retailers can predict more appropriately what consumers will buy the next day, then this can help to avoid food waste in the retail. But on the other hand, also the consumers need to adapt more on what is grown, because seasons and natural variabilities cannot be changed, and the less the demand is adapted to what is grown now, the more is also wasted. So making demand more flexible and adapted to the offer can also have a great impact. For example, making make discounts for products that are grown in where the harvest is very big. Suggest we go to question 2. So here we have 1/3 of food is wasted, different reasons for food waste according to different stages of the supply chain. As problems in Switzerland, most of the food waste is focused on industry and consumer. Big opportunity on reducing and preventing food waste on households. Try to prevent first and then to reduce and waste. And if we go down towards solutions, extend the shelf life of the product by monitoring the status of the food waste transformation into energy or upcycling.
Yeah, we also had some discussion if the food waste can.
On one hand, waste. Sorry, I didn't understand your point.
Yeah, we also had some discussion if we can do some parallel between like paper waste and food waste to do the same treatment on recycling or things like that.
Yes. Maybe this would be in the research and development sector, where the parallels help to find solutions that work well in other domains, to use these experiences.
So we have like 2 or 3 minutes left to wrap up. We will be transferred in just a few minutes. So
yes, so sorry to interrupt, Claudio, but we will soon be transferred to the main room. And because Pedro took most of the notes at the very beginning of the session, he would be, thanks to him, he would be the presenter for our group. And Danielle and I would like to thank you all for your great presentations and your active participation in the discussion. And Danielle, you want to say some words as well?
thank you very much. So I think we had a great discussion. Thanks everybody to be part of this.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for all your interesting contributions.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Very nice.
Are we going to the main room now, or is that what we're doing?
We are going at 15 to 11.
So 2 groups are finished now and 1 group is wrapping up now. So they're planning to move all, transfer all of us to the main room in 2 minutes.
Yeah, so make sure you don't leave the whole event. Just you will be automatically transferred and just click OK. I think if we leave the room, we are back to the main screen. Let me just check. Yeah.
So you can click on the right hand bottom. You can click exit the small room, and then
Hello.
I believe that now everyone is back because we made the last call. And hope that everyone joined the discussion and all the points, and also use the Miro as a platform to bring the ideas come. Now we have the last minutes to finish the discussions here. And you convoked all the reporting moderated for each group to start. And we can give like 5 minutes per group. Alessandra, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Naira, where João will show the
no, show them. Just like bring the points in your speech.
Okay. Okay.
Paulo, for the report moderator. Paulo, you have like 5 minutes to bring all the points that we discussed during the conversation. You feel free to start.
You want by order of a question, or can I do
order of a question could be better.
Yeah. Okay. So in the first, can you repeat the question, the first one, Nairo, please?
Sure. The first question for Group A was, how advanced is digitalization in agriculture systems and food productions? Are there big gaps or resistance in adopting new technology in the farming?
Yeah. I will write down 3 to 4 main issues that we discuss. First is the connectivity that raise as a main gap for the farmers, especially for the small farmers. We have the adoption rate in Brazil very high, mainly for big producers. So how to reach the small producers? Then connectivity. Second thing is how to transfer technology to these farmers from the institutes like Embrapa or other source, how we make a right program to transfer this technology in the field. That is the third point. And also how digital can kind of help the supply chain, avoiding food loss in the field and also food waste in the whole system. That is another point. And the fourth, and also very, very important, is how to train people and in these new capabilities for the new digital world, let's say, the transformation of the world. So if I have to write these 4 topics as a main discovery, main findings that we have. Please.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Please, no.
No, you changed the second question to you, just.
Yeah, the second question was my question, so I can read it here. What is mishaps and pitfalls can affect sustainability, health, security, and also economy? So we have discussed the inability to work in an ecosystem. We need to work within an ecosystem. There is, we in the FoodTech Hub where I'm dealing with, we work with food systems, not food chain, not with agro, not with industry. We work in an ecosystem. So we need to learn how to do that, how to put the stakeholders together in this food system. That is one finding. Also, we say about this retail information. First, sustainable industry, new process, new ideas in the food industry. That is one finding as well. How to avoid shortage within sustainability. And the third is retail information, how to inform the consumer properly so he can have a sustainable consumption. The new laws, new products, new ideas, all this has to be very well informed. And then we discuss further this, and we agree that there's a lot of misinformation in this to consumer. To fake news, politics, and food, a lot of food, a lot of diets, a lot of information, misinformation that we would have to address. And the last, the fourth is regulatory items. Yes, I can. Because innovation goes faster than the rules, so we need to address the rules faster. And access to capital to startup that they have a very big role to to develop in this field. And the third question, Naira?
It's how agri-tech can bring a better future.
Well, we have to address climate change. The agri-tech platforms are very well developed in Brazil, and they are connected to the farmers. They are allowed to buy new technology to this platform. So, but all these has two main targets. One, sustainability for the farmers and for the environment and for everyone. And the second, as the Carlos said, is sustainability of the startup. A startup is a business. It has to behave as such. That is the main findings in this third question.
Thank you, Paul.
I finish.
You finish. You're on time. Now, Group B, you'll be represented by Brida Tom. Brida, feel free to start. You have 5 minutes to bring all the points of the discussion.
Thank you very much, Naira. So we were discussing the 3 different questions. The first one was, what is the current status and vision in the food industry? So in our discussions, we emphasized and selected different opportunities for the industry. One is, of course, businesses in alternative proteins, animal-free products, that some years ago it was still very, very little, very few and small startups working on that. And in the last years, that business really expanded a lot and creates a very big opportunity to a very big business opportunity. Then we also talked about the possibility of upcycling food as the example of that you might have already heard about, that one can brew beer out of old bread. So can you take waste products and upcycle them to a new product that you can market again? Then we also talked about functional food, designer food. How can we use food with specific nutrients or specific functions integrated into our diets so that we can have food that has some cancer preventing possibilities or other health benefits, so that we can really target specific health problems with functional and design food. And then, as also Paulo mentioned before, one big topic that was emphasized is our ecosystems. The industry, like all players in the industry, face very similar challenges as the loss of biodiversity, climate change, and there is really a need to work together to create an ecosystem in order to really tackle this challenge, to involve many different stakeholders, exchange with startups, with NGOs, with the government, and then kind of having the golden triangle of academia, industry, and government to then really accelerate innovations and inventions. So that was basically the first question. The second one was, where does science stand and how does it envision healthy nutrition? So there we had 2 very interesting presentations of 2 researchers, one working with kabok millet, an ancient grain from the Philippines, where they try to explore the potential by looking at the nutrient content of this millet, trying to explore the potential of using it as an alternative to rice to bring more diversity in the food system, but then also in the diet, give more different possibilities for farmers to grow different crops, to have maybe also diversification in their income. And the other topic that was put emphasis on were really the plant-based proteins, the meat alternatives. And there, Professor Jin Q really put emphasis on the topic of taste, that no matter what kind of ingredients plant meat alternative have, no matter how sustainable it is, if in the end it does not taste good, consumers won't buy it. There won't be much of a chance to then really bring it on the plates of the consumers. So in order to work with that, it's really, one has to really put emphasis on the taste of the product. I think that was kind of the overview for the second question. And then the last question was, what are the avenues for the future of food and food-related services? So there we had two very interesting presentations of two startups, Lemna Pro and Avocado Lab. So Lemna Pro, they're working with the water lentil wolffia, a rather crazy plant that produces yields of up to 90 kilograms per square meter. This compared to soy that only produces 250 grams per square meter. So really trying to work with the potential of alternative crops. This water lentil obviously has very high protein content that could then be extracted to be transformed in other foods, but it could also be consumed directly by the consumer. But really, the startup of that really works, or really found a niche, an alternative plant that could be used in order to contribute to some of the challenges that we are currently facing. And the other startup, Avocado Lab, they are working a bit in a different field. So they're working with artificial intelligence and robotics, designing robots that would replace chefs in kitchens, mainly in very large fast food kitchens where, as the co-founder mentioned it, the work in the kitchen is very repetitive, uncreative, and hard labor, and many persons do quit their jobs quite often. So there's kind of a lot of turnover in persons working there. And with these robots that could basically take over that job, he kind of hopes to contribute something in that space. So basically these robots would take over some harder tasks in the kitchen, like frying, frying fries, but also beef.
Hamburgers,
exactly. And apparently the robots are really good in that. And the result is actually a more consistently fried burger than a human being could ever do. I haven't tried, would be very curious to do so. Also, I would be curious to see how how the hospitality of those robots is, or if this job would then still be taken over by the employees. So yeah, indeed, very interesting startups that are working in this space. And that's it, I guess, from my side.
Thank you. Thank you, Brenda, for bringing all the insights. It was really nice to hear.
You're welcome.
The new robot will look like Brad Pitt, the first example.
Well, hopefully.
Pedro Martins from Group C will be the last one. Pedro, feel free to start. Yes. You have 5 minutes also.
All right, thank you, Naira. So we were discussing food waste. The first question was, what is the current status and available service and technologies helping prevent food waste? So basically, we discussed how food waste happens on different parts of the food chain and how it differs, how the supply chain differs according to the region and the continent that we are talking about. So developing regions, the food waste occurs mainly on the food production side, the handling and storage, and on the distribution level. So the biggest opportunities for these regions are on integrating the supply chain and reducing food waste at the first part of the chain. So the biggest opportunities are actually solving this broken chain of food. Regarding developed regions, the focus are more on the consumer level. So working on education and changing consumer behavior can have bigger impacts on how can we reduce the overall food waste. 1/3 of all food waste produced as of now in the world end up being wasted. So regarding the consumer level, it's very important to educate consumers on which aspects of food are purely cosmetically. So the carrot looks a little uglier, but it could be consumed and should not be wasted. And how can we use technology in order to tackle these issues? So Peerspace presented how they can extend shelf life on groceries, on products that demand longer life. So how can we integrate the supply chain and make the products last longer? Also, how can we have a better demand forecasting and share this demand forecasting with food producers? So we can, as I already mentioned, integrate the supply chain so people know how much they need to produce and so they don't produce surplus food. So basically, we're talking about connecting different actors in the ecosystems, and those two solutions were already mentioned both by Paulo and Braida. So it's interesting to see that it's different problems where you're talking about the same solutions, which is basically getting all the stakeholders together and working together in order to solve big social issues. The second question is, in one hand, waste transformation in resources have been identified among the solutions to food waste, but on the other hand, this idea might induce citizens not to seriously engage on food waste reduction. So what are the current initiatives and outcomes, and what is still missing that might be provided by a better use of technology? And we discussed it basically that the biggest priority is to prevent food waste for happening on the first place. Once it is happening, how can we reduce this food waste in the supply chain? And how can we manage food waste to transform it into byproducts or better products, or how to upcycle it in different aspects? So preventing and reducing food waste saves a lot of money. It uses less resources. It's better to the climate. It's better for water. So if we're able to showcase these effects and these actions, it actually creates shared value and can work as a differentiation for businesses. So it's not only a point of we're solving food waste, but we also create value for the actors that are actively working on it. And regarding the point of how can we not induce citizens to seriously engage on that, is mainly addressed by education. So how can we have programs that talk about food waste either on schools or universities? And there's a lot of interesting initiatives in Korea with the UN, both on schools and in universities cafeterias, that tackle both education and food waste problem. For example, people were able to scan their meals before and after eating it. And so this scan would measure how much food waste is produced. And not only would we measure the food waste and how it can be improved, but also would educate people about the effects on that. So that was a very interesting point. And the last question was that food waste reduction must be the ultimate goal. However, alternative digital-led solutions to waste have been developed to overcome the massive amount of leftover from restaurants, catering, and supermarkets. And so what is the currently citizens' participation, and what is foreseen to transform these alternatives?
Pedro?
I think we lost Pedro.
Oh.
Yeah, so I think he stopped in the third question, right?
Yeah.
So I think I can finish it because he have have written what he would say. So, the power of collaboration across the private sector, government, media, and NGO is key to systematically address this issue, creating shared value and convincing stakeholders that they can be part of this change. Also, we discussed about apps and programs like DemoGo are finding solutions to connect farmers, restaurants, and consumers to prevent food waste and promoting discounts for both restaurants and consumers are an incentive. So people need to perceive is at fresh same day food. It's not food that is old or bad. It's just that it would be sold otherwise, as people
Nice.
have already talked. And the last point was UN Korea implemented projects with restaurants and cafeterias to adjust the meal portion and to scan the meal trail before and after people eat, gathering data and educating people on why to avoid food. And I think this is working well. So our discussion was about that.
Thank you, Danielle.
Okay, I don't know if me or Leo would like to end up the meeting. Leo, what?
Let's go, Alessandra.
I start? Okay. So first of all, thanks a lot for these precious insights. Time is never enough, especially when there are technical issues, and but this is a bit the challenge that we have to face in this pandemic. At the same time, I think that this challenge also opened this opportunity that I'm not sure would have happened in another way. So having people from three different continents discussing together around this kind of interesting topic. On our side, we are really satisfied with the exchanges, and as I mentioned, time was maybe not enough, and we are now running out of time. So thanks for your patience. But what we are gonna do on our side is to collect all the insights you wrote on the Miro platform, and we are gonna create an article and also kind of iconographic to explain where we stand and what is the vision for the coming years. I don't know, probably we didn't mention at the beginning that our network is celebrating 20 years this year. So for us, it's really interesting to listen to this kind of insights and what the future is gonna be. Brida, you're more than welcome to visit Korea, where future is already here with the robots, and everyone else is really welcome to visit us. We hope to have the opportunity for live events, offline events really soon. And on my side and the team from STO Seoul, I wish you really kind of good day and night. And also, please stay safe, and let's hope that all this bad period will finish soon. Leo, to you.
Thank you, Alessandra. That's it. Thank you very much. I think this is a platform. Through this platform, we can connect. How we couldn't be together in any other way, and that's a bit sad because after that, I would like to grab a beer, maybe with you, maybe try the wolfia, this flower. I was very curious about it. But thank you very much. We are running out of time, and I hope we can connect again together. As Alessandra said, we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Swissnex network, and we've been connecting the dots, as we like to say, for the last 20 years. And we want to keep connecting the dots to connect you to the Swiss landscape of education, research, and innovation, but also to all our locations where we have representations in Seoul, in other embassies around the world, and in other locations of the Swissnex network in Brazil, San Francisco, Boston, Shanghai, Bangalore, in India. So thank you very much. I hope we can connect again together soon. and you can reach us anytime. Thank you. Stay safe.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Thank
very
you.
much for
Thank
this
you very
interesting
much.
event.
Bye-bye.
I believe that now everyone is back because we made the last call. And hope that everyone joined the discussion and all the points, and also use the Miro as a platform to bring the ideas come. Now we have the last minutes to finish the discussions here. And you convoked all the reporting moderated for each group to start. And we can give like 5 minutes per group. Alessandra, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Naira, where João will show the notes?
No, you don't need. You can show the notes or just like bring the points in your speak.
Okay.
So Paulo from Group A, you'll be the report moderator. Paulo, you have like 5 minutes to bring all the points that we discussed during the conversation, and also any other insights that you want to highlight. So you feel
you want by order of a question, or can I do
order of a question could be better.
Yeah. Okay. So in the first, can you repeat the question, the first one, Nairo, please?
Sure. The first question for Group A was, how advanced is digitalization in agriculture systems and food productions? Are there big gaps or hesitance in adopting new technology in the farming?
Yeah, I will write down 3 to 4 main issues that we discuss. First is the connectivity that raise as a main gap for the farmers, especially for the small farmers, to access this technology. We have the adoption rate in Brazil very high, mainly for big producers. So how to reach the small producers? Then connectivity. Second thing is how to transfer technology to these farmers from the institutes like Embrapa or other source, how we make a right program to transfer this technology in the field. That is the third point. And also how digital can kind of help the supply chain, avoiding food loss in the field and also food waste in the whole system. That is another point. And the fourth, and also very, very important, is how to train people and in these new capabilities for the new digital world, let's say, the transformation of the world. So if I have to write these 4 topics as a main discovery, main findings that we have. Please.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Please, no.
No, you the second question to you, just.
Yeah, the second question was my question, so I can read it here. What is mishaps and pitfalls can affect sustainability, health, security, and also economy? So we have discussed the inability to work in an ecosystem. We need to work within an ecosystem. There is, we in the FoodTech Hub where I'm dealing with, we work with food systems, not food chain, not with agro, not with industry. We work in an ecosystem. So we need to learn how to do that, how to put the stakeholders together in this food system. That is one finding. Also, we say about this retail information. First, sustainable industry, new process, new ideas in the food industry. That is one finding as well. How to avoid shortage within sustainability. And the third is retail information. How to inform the consumer properly so he can have a sustainable consumption. The new laws, new products, new ideas, all this has to be very well informed. And then we discuss further this, and we agree that there's a lot of misinformation in this to consumer, to fake news, politics, and food. A lot of food, a lot of diets, a lot of information, misinformation that we would have to address. And the last, the fourth is regulatory items. Yes, I can. Because innovation goes faster than the rules. So we need to address the rules faster. And access to capital, to startup, that they have a very big role to develop in this field. And the third question, Naira?
It's how agri-tech can bring a better future.
Well, you have to address climate change. The agri-tech platforms are very well developed in Brazil, and they are connected to the farmers. They are allowed to buy new technology to this platform. So, but all this has two main targets. One, sustainability for the farmers and for the environment and for everyone. And the second, as the Carlos said, is sustainability of the startup. A startup is a business. It has to behave as such. That is the main findings in this third question.
Thank you, Paul.
I finish.
You finish. you're on time. Now, Group B, you'll be represented by Brida Tom. Brida, feel free to start. You have 5 minutes to bring all the points of the discussion.
Thank you very much, Naira. So we were discussing the three different questions. The first one was, what is the current status and vision in the food industry? So in our discussions, we emphasized and selected different opportunities for the industry. One is, of course, businesses in alternative proteins, animal-free products, that some years ago it was still very, very little, very few and small startups working on that. And in the last years, that business really expanded a lot and creates a very big opportunity to a very big business opportunity. Then we also talked about the possibility of upcycling food as the example of that you might have already heard about, that one can brew beer out of old bread. So can you take waste products and upcycle them to a new product that you can market again. Then we also talked about functional food, designer food. How can we use food with specific nutrients or specific functions integrated into our diets so that we can have food that has some cancer preventing possibilities or other health benefits, so that we can really target specific health problems with functional and design food. And then, as also Paulo mentioned before, one big topic that was emphasized is our ecosystems. The industry, like all players in the industry, face very similar challenges as the loss of biodiversity, climate change, And there is really a need to work together to create an ecosystem in order to really tackle this challenge, to involve many different stakeholders, exchange with startups, with NGOs, with the government, and then kind of having the golden triangle of academia, industry, and government to then really accelerate innovations and inventions. So that was basically the first question. The second one was, where does science stand and how does it envision healthy nutrition? So there we had two very interesting presentations of two researchers, one working with kabok millet, an ancient grain from the Philippines, where they try to explore the potential by looking at the nutrient content of this millet, trying to explore the potential of using it as an alternative to rice to bring more diversity in the food system, but then also in the diet, give more different possibilities for farmers to grow different crops, to have maybe also diversification in their income. And the other topic that was put emphasis on were really the plant-based proteins, the meat alternatives. And there, Professor Jin Q really put emphasis on the topic of taste, that no matter what kind of ingredients plant meat alternative have, no matter how sustainable it is, if in the end it does not taste good, consumers won't buy it. There won't be much of a chance to then really bring it on the plates of the consumers. So in order to work with that, it's really, one has to really put emphasis on the taste of the product. I think that was kind of the overview for the second question. And then the last question was, what are the avenues for the future of food and food-related services? So there we had two very interesting presentations of two startups, Lemna Pro and Avocado Lab. So Lemna Pro, they're working with the water lentil wolffia, a rather crazy plant that produces yields of up to 90 kilograms per square meter. This compared to soy that only produces 250 grams per square meter. So really trying to work with the potential of alternative crops. And this water lentil obviously has very high protein content that could then be extracted to be transformed in other foods, but it could also be consumed directly by the consumer. But really, it's a startup of that really works, or really found a niche, an alternative plant that could be used in order to contribute to some of the challenges that we are currently facing. And the other startup, Avocado Lab, they are working a bit in a different field. So they're working with artificial intelligence and robotics, designing robots that would replace chefs in kitchens, mainly in very large fast food kitchens where, as the co-founder mentioned it, the work in the kitchen is very repetitive, uncreative, and hard labor, and many persons do quit their jobs quite often. So there's kind of a lot of turnover in persons working there. And with these robots that could basically take over that job, he kind of hopes to contribute something in that space. So basically these robots would take over some harder tasks in the kitchen, like frying, frying fries, but also beef.
Hamburgers,
exactly. And apparently the robots are really good in that. And the result is actually more consistently fried burger than a human being could ever do. I haven't tried, would be very curious to do so. Although I would be curious to see how how the hospitality of those robots is, or if this job would then still be taken over by the employees. So yeah, indeed, very interesting startups that are working in this space. And that's it, I guess, from my side. Yeah,
Thank you.
that's
Thank you, Brenda, for bringing all the insights. It was really nice to hear.
You're welcome.
The new robot will look like Brad Pitt, the first example.
Well, hopefully.
Pedro Martins from Group C, you'll be the last one. Pedro, feel free to start. You have 5 minutes off.
All right, thank you, Naira. So we were discussing food waste. The first question was, what is the current status and available service and technologies helping prevent food waste? So basically, we discussed how food waste happens on different parts of the food chain and how it differs, how the supply chain differs according to the region and the continent that we are talking about. So developing regions, the food waste occurs mainly on the food production side, the handling and storage, and on the distribution level. So the biggest opportunities for these regions are on integrating the supply chain and reducing food waste at the first part of the chain. So the biggest opportunities are actually solving this broken chain of food. Regarding developed regions, the focus are more on the consumer level. So working on education and changing consumer behavior can have bigger impacts on how can we reduce the overall food waste. 1/3 of all food waste produced as of now in the world end up being wasted. So regarding the consumer level, it's very important to educate consumers on which aspects of food are purely cosmetically. So the carrot looks a little uglier, but it could be consumed and should not be wasted. And how can we use technology in order to tackle these issues? So Pure Space presented how they can extend shelf life on groceries, on products that demand longer life. So how can we integrate the supply chain and make the products last longer? Also, how can we have a better demand forecasting and share this demand forecasting with food producers? So we can, as I already mentioned, integrate the supply chain so people know how much they need to produce and so they don't produce surplus food. So basically, we're talking about connecting different actors in the ecosystems, and those two solutions were already mentioned both by Paulo and Braida. So it's interesting to see that it's different problems where you're talking about the same solutions, which is basically getting all the stakeholders together and working together in order to solve big social issues. The second question is, in one hand, waste transformation in resources have been identified among the solutions to food waste, but on the other hand, this idea might induce citizens not to seriously engage on food waste reduction. So what are the current initiatives and outcomes, and what is still missing that might be provided by a better use of technology? And we discussed it basically that the biggest priority is to prevent food waste for happening in the first place. Once it is happening, how can we reduce this food waste in the supply chain? And how can we manage food waste to transform it into byproducts or better products, or how to upcycle it in different aspects? So preventing and reducing food waste saves a lot of money, it uses less resources, it's better to the climate, it's better for water. So if we're able to showcase these effects and these actions, it actually creates shared value and can work as a differentiation for businesses. So it's not only a point of we're solving food waste, but we're also creating value for the actors that are actively working on it. And regarding the point of how can we not induce citizens to seriously engage on that, is mainly addressed by education. So how can we have programs that talk about food waste either on schools or universities, and there's interesting initiatives in Korea with the UN, both on schools and in universities cafeterias, that tackle both education and food waste problem. For example, people were able to scan their meals before and after eating it. And so this scan would measure how much food waste is produced, and not only would be measure the food waste and how it can be improved, but also would educate people about the effects on that. So that was a very interesting point. And the last question was that food waste reduction must be the ultimate goal. However, alternative digital-led solutions to waste have been developed to overcome the massive amount of leftover from restaurants, catering, and supermarkets. And so what is the currently citizens' participation, and what is foreseen to transform these alternatives?
Pedro?
I think we lost Pedro.
Oh.
Yeah, so I think he stopped in the third question, right?
Yeah.
So I think I can finish it because he have written what he would say. So the power of collaboration across the private sector, government, media, and NGO is key to systematically address this issue, creating shared value and convincing stakeholders that they can be part of this change. Also, we discussed about apps and programs like DemoGo are finding solutions to connect farmers, restaurants, and consumers to prevent food waste, and promoting discounts for both restaurants and consumers are an incentive. So people need to perceive is at fresh same day food. It's not food that is old or bad. It's just that it would be sold otherwise, as
Right.
people have already talked. And the last point was UN Korea implemented projects with restaurants and cafeterias to adjust the meal portion and to scan the meal trail before and after people eat, gathering data and educating people on why to avoid food. And I think this is working well. So our discussion was about that.
Thank you, Danielle.
Okay, I don't know if me or Leo would like to end up the meeting. Leo, what?
Go, Alessandra.
I start? Okay. So first of all, thanks a lot for these precious insights. Time is never enough, especially when there are technical issues, and but this is a bit the challenge that we have to face in this pandemic. At the same time, I think that this challenge also opened this opportunity that I'm not sure would have happened in another way. So having people from three different continents discussing together around this kind of interesting topic. On our side, we are really satisfied with the exchanges, and as I mentioned, time was maybe not enough, and we are now running out of time. So thanks for your patience. But what we are gonna do on our side is to collect all the insights you wrote on the Miro platform, and we are gonna create an article and also kind of iconographic to explain where we stand and what is the vision for the coming years. I don't know, probably we didn't mention at the beginning that our network is celebrating 20 years this year. And so for us, it's really interesting to listen to this kind of insights and what the future is gonna be. Brida, you're more than welcome to visit Korea, where future is already here with the robots, and everyone else is really welcome to visit us. We hope to have the opportunity for live events, offline events really soon. And on my side and the team from STO Seoul, I wish you really kind of good day and night. And also, please stay safe, and let's hope that all this bad period will finish soon. Leo, to you.
Thank you, Alessandra. That's it. Thank you very much. I think this is a platform. Through this platform, we can connect. How we couldn't be together in any other way, and that's a bit sad because after that, I would like to grab a beer, maybe with you, maybe try the wolfia, this flower. I was very curious about it. But thank you very much. We are running out of time, and I hope we can connect again together. As Alessandra said, we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Swissnex network, and we've been connecting the dots, as we like to say, for the last 20 years. And we want to keep connecting the dots to connect you to the Swiss landscape of education, research, and innovation, but also to all our locations where we have representations in Seoul, in other embassies around the world, and in other locations of the Swissnex network in Brazil, San Francisco, Boston, Shanghai, Bangalore, in India. So thank you very much. I hope we can connect again together soon, and you can reach us anytime. Thank you. Stay safe.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.